Call our Architectural Board Review meeting to order for July 20th. Sorry. We're going to open our July 25th, 2022 meeting and start with a roll call, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Anderson.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Noon.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
And Board Member Whelan.
Here.
Okay. Then we can start with general business. And we start with public comment, and just to be clear, this is the time for public comment on any issues that are not on today's agenda. So if you're here for public comment on any of the items today, that'll come at a later time. But we'll open public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on today's agenda. Do we have any speaker slips?
Thank you, Chair Moore. Currently, I do not have any speaker slips for general comment. I will begin with virtual public comment, though, and move to in-person public comment. If anyone joining by Zoom wishes to speak on general, please raise your hand to indicate that you would like to speak, and I will call on you. It doesn't look like I have any raised hands, so I'll go to in-person. I did not receive any speaker slips, as I mentioned, and we did not receive any written general public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you.
And if anybody in the audience is here to make a public comment for a future item, there are speaker slips, and I believe are they over there? Over there by the door, that you can fill those out and hand those in over here for the future. Okay. Moving on to approval of the minutes for June 13th, if we could have those up, please.
One moment, Chair Moore.
Okay, there they are. Does any board member have any comments, edits, etc.? No?
Move we accept as presented.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, let's take our vote.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Abstain because of my absence.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whelan.
Abstain due to absence.
Motion passes.
Okay. And then the consent minutes for today? No, July 21st.
We have 3 consent minutes that we need to review today. So I'll do a brief synopsis of each one. June 21st, 2022, we had 820 Bond Avenue that received comments and was continued indefinitely. And that was a wireless facility. 3775 Modoc Road was here for concept review only, and that was continued indefinitely with comments regarding landscaping and fence specifications. Those were the only 2 items on the June 21st consent meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Move we accept as presented.
All right.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? No? We can take our vote?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whelan.
Yes.
Perfect. Motion carried.
Okay, and then moving on to July 18th.
Thank you, Chair Moore. First item on the July 18th consent calendar was 1734 Gillespie Street. This was continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer with the comment that deviations beyond the approved plans are minor enough to be appropriate. Item B, 730 Miramonte Drive, received project design and final approval with the following comments. 230 Stearns Wharf, was continued indefinitely with comments. This fencing proposal on the wharf, so they got some directions on this type of fencing that they wanted to see. And then 123 Harbor Way was given project design and final approval. It was a small shed.
Okay, thank you.
Move we accept as presented.
Okay,
Second.
any discussion? No? Let's vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whelan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, and then lastly, July 25th.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Today we had 4 items on. 1212 Coast Village Road was continued 1 week with the following comments regarding landscaping and tree replacement. Tough site. Item B, 1014 Coast Village Road was a proposal to paint 2 commercial buildings that received project design and final approval. 3025 Daily Venus Street was postponed at the applicant's request. And lastly, item D, 318 South Ontario Street, proposal for a new ADU was continued indefinitely with the following comments. The design and some other things regarding the setbacks were discussed today. And that was it. Thank you.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve those.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? No? Let's vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whelan.
Yes.
Perfect. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, any announcements?
Yes, hello, Ellen Kokinda, Design Review Supervisor. I have just a couple of announcements for the board. So one, I'd like to introduce Kira Esparza. She is going to be taking over as the Commission Secretary for the ABR and replacing Mary Ternovskaya, who has been promoted to, it's been a while, but she was promoted to Senior Commission Secretary, so she'll be in a new role, so we're really happy to have Mrs. Sparza here. And then secondly, I just wanted to note for members of the public who may be joining to participate or comment for 121 East Mason, which is item number 3. That is scheduled for 4:50. That's just a guesstimate. The earliest we would be able to start on that project or open that project up legally is 4:35. So in case you just wanted to be aware of that, you're more than welcome to stay here and listen to other projects, but just to give that little context. And that's all. Thank you. And great to see everybody. I hope everybody's happy and healthy. I haven't seen the full board in a while.
Yes, it has been a little while. Any other requests by applicants, withdrawals, future agenda items?
Chair Moore,
Yes.
I will be abstaining from for conflicts on item number 1 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Any
And if you could just specify the reason that you must abstain, just for the record.
So those projects are within the office where I work.
Thank you.
Okay. Any subcommittee reports? No? Okay, well, looks like we can go to item number 1, which is 220 North Lacumba Road. We have our applicant team. Come on up. So this project consists of demolition of all existing commercial buildings on site and construction of a new 48-unit multifamily residential development, including a community room, laundry, and lobby. All units would be deed restricted to low and very low income units with ratios to be determined. As a 100% affordable development under the state's density bonus program, unlimited density is allowable, along with exceeding the height limitation of the zone of 45 feet. The project is proposed at a density of 38.71 units per acre with a maximum height of approximately 53 feet. 71 vehicle parking spaces, including 10 designated for guest parking, are proposed. A partially subterranean garage is proposed for residential parking with 3 stories of residential development above the garage. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. The project will require compliance with the project compatibility findings, urban design guidelines, and Upper State Street area design guidelines. Okay. I believe we have seen this in the past, and we have minutes that we can look at.
Let me get those minutes.
Great.
Do we mind going through the applicant presentation first? Let me pull them up. Do you know when that date was? June 28th. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back. If you could give us your names and take us through the changes.
Skip Samansky with the Housing Authority, City of Santa Barbara. Hello, Chair Moore and board members. It's nice to see all of you in person. Hopefully you've already noticed this is a Housing Authority project. As such, I want to point out the decades of excellence the Housing Authority has with both developing and maintaining our projects. We consider those projects to be assets to the neighborhoods they're in. Of particular note, the Housing Authority's philosophy is not to build out a project to its maximum, but to design it to fit within the neighborhood. That is the instance here where we could have proposed much higher density, but opted for this modest family project. Some specific points with this project. We purchased it in 2019. Our development planning has been a little slow than what we typically like to see, but out of respect for the existing tenants and their medical businesses, we worked with what works with their lease terms. Also, we've already outreached to the tenants for feedback from them, to the neighborhood and the local school district about our plans to redevelop this property into low-income family housing.
Thanks. I'm Christine Perone with the Cornell Collective, the architect, and I'm here as well with Courtney Jane Miller,
Yes, it's me.
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. We're really happy to be back. I think the presentation is going to really focus on the changes that we made from our last hearing. I think that you are all up to speed and remember the project. Should I take some time to go over it again?
I have the minutes available now,
Perfect.
so we can swap on over. Thank you.
Yeah, go, perfect.
So, Will, can you make our monitor work here?
Sure. Let me put the board comments up, and then let's see if we can fix that.
Thank you.
Oh, we're just reading, just to get up to speed.
Okay.
It's been a while since we've seen this. Okay. All right.
Thank you. So the project sits on a site, a corner site here, and this is North La Cumbre and Villa Lucero, and these are the medical office buildings that we will be demolishing, and it's this kind of odd-shaped K lot. Should remember that. That's weird. But here is the lot with the existing uses. And what we're proposing is a semi-subterranean garage. So here, the site from north to south has about, I think it was over 20 feet of grade difference. So it was a real opportunity for us to go in at the low side of the project site and do a semi-subterranean garage that we could hide most of our parking, and then dedicate the ground level, the upper level, to the residences and courtyard spaces with a small guest parking space off of Via Lucero, just to make it easy for guests to see, where do I go, where do I park, versus having to go into a garage, a parking garage. And so this has been a site that you've seen before, where we've rimmed a courtyard on podium and then a smaller kind of courtyard on on grade here. Then there's a second level that largely stacks, and then a third level that's been largely internal to the site. It's very difficult to see from the surrounding neighborhood. And if I sorry guys, zoom in, there's a community room kind of central, and then that stacks above the main entry of the project that you'll see in the elevations and in the what is the
A control 0 is
Control
going to
0.
take you back to
great, thanks. With the rest of these being units, with the central core being the community room and laundry room and a central space for their use. And that continues on up the site. And a rooftop. And I think you remember our inspiration. This is that red barn house that's just up the street from us, and that was really the inspiration for the design of the lobby entry, and then the kind of more farmhouse kind of vernacular that we're using, because it was such a delightful house. We wanted to really kind of use that as the motif. And here you can see kind of a barn structure with a stone foundation that is very common where I come from, that we use as well. And so here's the main entry that I was just discussing. So here's that kind of foundation wall, sandstone wall, with the red barn structure above. That's the main entry into the lobby. And there you can kind of see the garage entrance here, and then a kind of a nice big opening between the community room and the residential next to it. And here's a corner view of the, wow, these are saturated more than mine, corner view. So we're using kind of these, again, farmhouse kind of motifs. Here's Via Lucero, and you'll see this in other views as a little red kind of farmhouse expression here at this end. And then this is at Via Lucero, looking in, here's the driveway entrance into that guest parking lot. And again, here's that farmhouse element that ends, and you can see that we're doing 2 stories at the street level, and then back beyond is where you can see the 3-story kind of peeking up. And we went ahead and modeled our neighbor adjacent to us. It was a 1-story, but it's very broad, so that even though it has a low-pitched roof, it actually does get pretty high, and that kind of shows you how much of the 3-story that you can see. And then here's the view of our adjacent neighbor 1-story, and here it is modeled, and that's kind of going way back to the curve of Via Lucero and looking back and showing how little of the 3-story is perceived. And then the elevations are adjusted from your comments. I don't think it came through so much in the minutes, but we had a taller element here, and it was discussed at the time. Could we, eliminate that and maybe locate it on the 2nd floor and try to reduce the height? And that was a great comment that we responded to. So if you look at the older drawings, we had a taller architectural element here.
Can you enlarge those? It'll help us see
Oh,
those.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just drag that.
Great,
Right.
thank you.
Sorry. It's hard to me to know. I'm looking at it there. So yeah, here's that red barn element, and this had a taller piece in the prior iteration that we eliminated it on the 3rd floor and just kind of restructured, kept the same unit count, but kind of reorganized the parts. And so here you can see kind of this is a white board and batten kind of material. I think that's just like a brownish. Every time I was receding, I used a more brownish. I don't know if that's plaster or whether that's plaster or siding. And then this kind of taupes shape, and then we kind of echo some of those forms. And then this goes into a kind of a corrugated metal material in a smaller piece. And here most of this is plaster, and you can see we have large openings that will be, kind of decorative metal grills into the garage. And then here you have a bunch of stepped landscape planters that Courtney will be showing you how that gets landscaped. And here's the Via Lucero elevation. You can see kind of a nice broad area between the development, a two-story presence, this little two-story farmhouse, and then the three-story beyond. And there was a comment from before to make sure we address, have the same attention to detail on the east elevation as we've had on the Cumbre.
One more enlargement, please.
Oh, sure. And this is the two pieces of that kind of angled property line. So we kind of studied this. We have that two-story, kind of a mid-height stairwell here, kind of a taller piece. So we really kind of articulated more the roof forms. And where I had this funny little angle of roof line, I decided to resolve that with a little dove coat, which is just barely visible from Via Lucero. And here's the other half of that elevation with kind of these nice prominent gable ends, and then this receding piece of architecture. And very similar in the kind of ins and outs that you see on the Cumbre for the distances and the widths of these elements. And again, then we drop down to a two-story piece. And finally, this is the elevation north. You can see we kind of staggered up the roof lines, created a gable, and then again, the farmhouse kind of gable expression here. And those are sections I can go through. And I would just want to take a quick look at the board comments. We did adjust the site circulation. There was a request to align the driveway to Maricopa across the street. That did happen. And we've been working with city staff on this project as well, resolving any of their concerns. And then we did, I think, Courtney will be discussing the landscape architecture and the comments about the vegetable gardens. So if I missed anything, give me a chance to catch back on this. So Courtney, do you want to go?
Okay, so let's see. Does this one do full screen? No. Okay, so I don't believe the existing trees were presented the last time, so I'll just quickly walk through that. If you can see here, it's a little difficult to see, but there are a number of existing oak trees along the northern property line here. So many, in fact, that their canopies just sort of form this one big blob. And so we've been working with Bill Spiewak on identifying which of those trees is healthy enough to remain and which should be removed. It's a very steep slope, and so there are a number of, mostly smaller oak trees that have kind of stitched together over time. So a few of those need to be removed. I believe it's 6.
Can you enlarge just that side of it for us
Yeah.
so we can
Of
follow
course.
that? Yes, thank you.
So the existing trees are indicated with this circle here. So on-site trees, we have 35 removals total. Actually, this is an older version of the plan. Let me look. So 6 oak trees will be removed as part of this project out of 28 total. So we're keeping as many as we can. There are some other things in here like an Italian cypress, Aleppo pine, etc. But the majority of them will remain, and we're just selectively removing those that are either in poor health or in the way of the foundation. We will be mitigating for those oak trees, so I'll show you that on the next page. And then as we move around the site, we have a number of ornamental existing trees as well, so everything from podocarpus to ficus, and a number of existing jacarandas along North La Cumbre. Those will remain. So those are the 3 largest symbols here. Those are just behind the sidewalk, and there's a couple further upslope. So we'll be keeping 3 of those, which is really wonderful. to maintain that canopy coverage along North La Cumbre. And then as we move around via Lucero, there's, again, more podocarpus and some carrot woods that kind of line just behind the sidewalk along that road. And all of those will have to be removed, you know, to accommodate the new building, and then we'll be doing an improved sidewalk corridor there. So the existing curb, gutter, and sidewalk will be moved further out into the street, and we'll be adding a parkway there. Right now it's a curb adjacent sidewalk. So 65 total trees, 35 removals, and 30 protect in place. Okay, arborist report, and happy to go through those photos if anyone would like to see that. But okay, and our site plan here. So what we've done is address, I think, a more cohesive design for the interior courtyards. We're really lucky in this project in that we have both podium level and on-grade level courtyards in the middle, which is not always the case. So this is the line that separates podium to the right and then on-grade to the left. So we have some opportunity for larger canopy trees in this area. But I'll just kind of walk through the key, the key courtyards here. Gosh, I keep doing that. I'm just trying to use the hand. All right. It's on hand. There we go. So this is what we're calling our community gathering space here. So Christine pointed out the community room, which is located here. The goal here is to have flexible but functional space. So it could be used for community events or, you know, just sitting and reading a book. The Housing Authority, you know, really pays close attention to the design of these spaces. They want them to be, you know, family friendly, but also, you know, quiet and places for people to have community with one another. So we tried to implement a series of elevated planters throughout so that we could get enough trees and, you know, shade and different levels of planting through the area. And let's see, we have another courtyard here and then the third here. One of our favorite parts of the building is this silo, you know, sort of form that Christine has in the corner here. So we kind of use that as our inspiration for the hardscape patterning, which is pretty bold, and you can see the concentric circles. We also had the idea for, you know, kind of a centralized courtyard space here with potentially something like this, like an elevated deck. We've even kicked around ideas about having it be somewhere to store books underneath as sort of a community library sort of thing. And since we're here, I'll kind of explain the look and feel for the landscape design. So top left, we were looking at, I think it's called New Perennialism, as an inspiration. So this is ornamental grasses and big kind of drifts of perennials. And so, you know, love the look of this. We wanted to pair that with a lot of plants that are food-bearing. So we do have a designated space for a vegetable garden. And then we also wanted to introduce, not ornamental, but food-bearing plants within the ornamental palette as well. So throughout the property, we'll have various fruit trees or things like pomegranate, you know, vines. Anywhere we can get it, we want to implement food for this community. So that vegetable garden is here in the corner. So when we looked at sunshade, this being the southeast corner, it was the logical place to put that and have it be successful. And then the other place that we've implemented...
If we could start wrapping up.
This is the last thing. The other place that we've implemented a number of fruit trees is along North La Cumbre here. So in those various stepped planters, we have sort of rows of fruit trees and so long as they're close to the ground and can be easily accessed, we'll be layering lots of different types of vegetation there. So we'll also be implementing 18 oak trees as part of our mitigation for the removals.
Great.
And I think that's it.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will open public comment. Anybody in the audience would like to address the board, you can hand in a speaker slip. Otherwise, have we had any other comments?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I will begin with virtual public comment and then move to in-person after. If anyone joining by Zoom wishes to speak on this, please raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak, and I will call on you. As of right now, I do not have any hands raised. We did not receive any speaker slips. I did receive 2 written correspondence, though, from Douglas First and Paul Ajian, which was distributed to the board prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Okay, and we will close public comment and go to questions from the board. Who would like to start? Start down here. Mrs. Vice Chair Six, go ahead.
Yes, I remember the pre-application review, and I thought that the very northwest corner was a 1-story unit.
That's correct. In order to eliminate the third level, that was that tower element, we needed to move that over to that corner to keep our unit count.
Okay. So there's, I guess they're podocarpus, but it seems to me that there's some pretty nice silhouetted trees at the very corner of the project via Lucero and La Cumbre. The reasons, can you more carefully go in detail why those, at least one of them, the cherry, what was it, the cherry tree needs to go?
Could you clarify again which part of the project you're looking at?
The very front corner on via Lucero and La Cumbre.
Okay. So, view Lucero and La Cumbre. So here.
Yes.
Yes, so there's
Carrotwood.
2 podocarpus and a carrotwood there on the corner. All of those are impacted by the planters and the foundation for the building that's going in on the corner. If we could keep them, we'd prefer to do that because they do have a kind of a nice canopy there. But the other thing we're doing along Via Lucero is implementing a new sidewalk, curb and gutter. So we'll be implementing new street trees as part of that.
So is the public improvements threatening the trees or the foundations of the and planter walls threatening those 3 trees?
It may be both, depending on which tree.
Can we see the layout of the, it would be nice to superimpose. I guess the question is there any way to save some of those, because they're pretty, in my recollection, they're pretty nice.
We're happy to look at that.
Right. And
A little closer to the mic, Mr. Six.
it seems to me that the floor-to-floor from the parking garage to the podium is pretty significant. Are you taking advantage of that with the depth of the planters in that on the podium by lowering the structure in some areas to get deeper planters?
We have not gone into it at that depth, but there is a possibility of doing that.
All
It
right.
adds cost, of course, as you
Right.
know, to an affordable housing project.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Ms. Anderson, questions?
What material are you looking at for your railings?
Courtney, did you have that in hand, or? We're tentatively looking at metal rails for longevity, but to create a picket-type expression.
Okay. And then on this elevation actually, on the red building, did you consider fronting La Cumbre with the gable?
No, because what we really wanted to do was, well, one, this is what worked with all of the parts, with the elevators and just the functionality of it. And what I think is nice is it does read as a barn dead on with the clear stories, but when you see it from an angle, you see that gable end as well from La Cumbre.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Okay, thank you. Down here, anybody? Go ahead, Mr. Black.
Thank you. Mic close, please. So Courtney, could you just kind of reiterate how the tree massings are going to sort of soften the mass of the building itself? Can you just go over just the species of trees that are being proposed? I know you've got some existing, jacarandas on La Cumbre.
We do, yes.
And then you could just talk about the other trees along La Cumbre as well as Villa Lucero. Just,
Yep.
I'm wanting to understand what the massing is fronting the buildings there.
Sure. So we have 3 existing jacarandas. I think what we should do the next time is bring you a rendered elevation with, all of the trees, which we're working on. But you can see there's an opening between the planters here. That's one jacaranda. I believe the second is here. And then the third is, I think it's here. So, we have some, I'll just walk through this way. So we were planning on some smaller sort of multi-shrub form trees here on this level. And I'll do the planters first and then the higher level next.
Okay.
We have, I think, a row of citrus trees along through here. And then I believe this is your first jacaranda. And then we have some taller trees here. They may be tristania. And again, this is still being developed. This thing. And then again, more shrub form trees here. On the upper level, we have a big sycamore here to fill that space.
I'm sorry, is that out at the street or interior?
Interior, kind of behind this little shed form, and it's on grade.
You're on grade, okay,
there.
good.
So, and then we have, lower growing things here. There's another jacaranda somewhere in here, and then I think we have taller tristania here. You're really getting my memory here.
Tristania, is it tristania in the planter or?
In the planter, yeah. So what we wanted to do is layer, groups of tristania, which is a tall, narrow tree with kind of the shorter fruit trees. And then through here, same thing, tight rows of fruit trees, and then some taller tristanias interspersed. And then on the corner, again, another sycamore, because we really wanted something of height over here. And same with the tristanias through here. And then just backtracking one bit, tristania is on this upper level here. And then I think from this point to the north, these are private patios. So we don't currently have any, with the exception of this area, which is a common area, we don't have any other trees on the very highest level all the way down. So those existing jacarandas, probably get up to, I would guess, this height. So it'll be beautifully layered. And
then could you just quickly go around the corner to Villa Lucero and just show how you're addressing that area?
we can
If you
get
don't
this
mind.
pan to work. Gosh, darn it.
Chair Moore, to the applicant, do you mind if I take a quick look at the settings just to make it? I think she got it. Maybe after this, I'll.
It's the pan function doesn't seem to be always,
So-
see, it doesn't.
Right. And I think that sometimes it selects a selectable feature. So if you just double click white space, it should go away. with the
Right,
hand.
it's just that the hand itself doesn't work.
Yeah,
So,
you're doing good.
okay, so ignore the blue square. They're everywhere. See? Okay, on the corner here, we'll have new street trees along Via Lucero. I think we have them at 20 feet on center and kind of marching all the way across.
And that species is?
I knew you would ask me that.
Is there a given street tree, I assume, for,
I think, is
Or
it
Via Lucero?
jacaranda? Yeah, it's jacaranda. So that's designated for
Okay.
that block.
okay,
And we are in the process of working with STAC to obtain approval on the removals. So we have 6 jacarandas across this
okay,
area, and then we have 2 big sycamores here, a third here. So we really wanted to kind of frame this opening. This is our public, or not public, but our little parking area. And then I think we just have one more tristania here, kind of between those windows. And this is our vegetable garden on this side, so we didn't really want to load that area up with trees. So
Right.
we just have some smaller things up against the building, like pomegranate here.
okay, thank you. And then just one quick question. So, one of your courtyards, the one that's over in the podium, I guess it's the larger one?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that one. So how deep are those planters, the raised planters?
We're looking at potentially varying the height. So it goes from maybe like a seat wall height, like 22 or 20 inches, up to maybe 3 or 4. So, you know, it's going to have to be tall enough to support a tree of, you know,
Yeah.
36-inch box or thereabouts.
So you're comfortable that that could happen then, I assume?
Yes, yeah, and we're really familiar with, you know, making sure the planter heights are tall enough to support the trees, so.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson?
Yes. I think that trees and landscaping are such an important part of this project that it would be helpful to us next time if you would give us some indication to answering those questions that Mr. Black just had. I do think that will be helpful next time. So the Cumbre elevations, could we go to those? Would you describe again the materials and the color for those foundation walls and retaining walls that we can see that's a bottom fourth of that elevation?
Certainly. So on the left side, in that buff color, can you zoom in tight to that? Just have that. Thanks, Courtney. So that will be a plaster in a buff color, exact color to be determined, but an earthen color. And then if you scroll over, we did use sandstone cladding to celebrate the opening. That had been more limited the first time you'd seen this, and you asked for it to be increased. So we certainly increased it to include the surrounding planters, as you see here before you. And then we go back to the plaster walls.
And do you anticipate any detail in those plaster walls?
I think we need to study it with the landscaping palette. I have a feeling that they're just going to be a backdrop to the landscaping, given what I understand that Courtney and her team are doing. You can see if we scroll to the left, we have large openings that will have decorative grills that will add interest to that wall. But other than that, I don't expect any other openings in those walls.
Nor any details of any sort?
I'm not sure what
Oh.
details. I don't think I would be necessarily adding. I guess how I envision this is a much more straightforward, honest rural building, and I would be very cautious about adding fake details or false details to it. But I'd certainly be open to it as we progress.
I'm just noticing the contrast between those elevations and then the elevations of the buildings. And so that's the basis of my question.
Understood.
I think, again, to emphasize your thoughts that really they're just a backdrop because of the plantings. I think that, again, that it will be helpful for us to be able to get some indication of how those plantings are represented somehow in front of those walls, so we
Certainly.
have a idea about how that'll work.
Happy to do that.
Great. That's all my questions.
Mr. Whalen?
Thank you, Chair Moore. A couple of clarification, Ms. Perone. So the garage is completely naturally ventilated. There's no mechanical ventilation?
That's the goal. Yes, that's why you see the openings on the two
The
sides.
goal, but you can't confirm that at this point?
It's calking out right now,
Okay.
but
With the
it's,
two sides?
yeah.
Very good. And then the spiral stair in the courtyard, that only serves from the courtyard to the upper floor?
correct.
So it doesn't go to the garage?
No, it's not needed, and it's really it's two things. It's an exiting path that I need from the upper levels to the lower courtyard to get to another stair. And then it was designed as a silo look, so it is a corrugated metal silo.
Quite charming. I was just thinking, it's quite a trek from the corner of the garage to the elevators, back to the stair and up, but that is what it is. And there are no two-story units, there are no townhouse
That's
type
right.
units, all right. And then for Courtney, isn't there a large existing hedge on the eastern margin of Eugenia or something? Is that on the parcel or does that remain?
That is, we're keeping that. It is on our property, and we do show it. If it's not on this one, it's on our current plan. No, it's not shown here, but there's an existing retaining wall that kind of varies in height, and there's an existing driveway that goes alongside it. It's just above that retaining wall, and the hedge itself is something like 8 feet tall. I think it's a ficus, so we'll be keeping that.
Keeping all of that, very good. Thank you for that clarification. That's all I have, Chair Moore.
Thank you.
Would like to follow up
Sure.
on that. Shouldn't that hedge be indicated then on the landscape plan?
Yes,
And it is not, right?
it is on my computer at the office. Yes,
Okay.
we've just recently made that change, so incorporated that.
Thank you.
Okay. A couple of questions. If we can go back to the elevations, please.
Oops, did I pass them?
Yeah.
I lost it.
Yeah, on the La Cumbre Street, so I know we went over this in the previous meeting, but can you walk us through, so as somebody's walking down the sidewalk on La Cumbre and they encounter this first corner in the bottom left, what is the height of that corner? And then how far back is it from the sidewalk?
Can you scroll back? So it's, you can see there, it's adding up to 11 feet and 4.5 feet. That's 15.5. And then you can see there's an additional maybe 3.5 feet. So that's 20 feet.
20 feet. And then how far back from the sidewalk?
Can you go to the plans, please? I can. You want to do it online?
Yeah, it's helpful to see the landscape in conjunction with it. Yeah.
It's here. Yeah. So that is that's
Another
20 feet.
20 feet, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's similar to what you saw before.
And then are all the roof slopes the same?
No, I think some were more farmhouse. I wanted to get taller slopes in some of these. So some are, I think, 8 and 12's more rural character. And you can see, I think the one you're looking at there is a 6 and 12. And I think you can see what I'm trying to do is, even though we've got an exception for our solar height limit, I was trying to mitigate a bit that impact.
And speaking of the solar height limit, do you have a photo of what that condition is now on that side of the property?
Yeah, if we can go to the photos. there's the hedge. Is there another slide, I think, that shows it here maybe? Yeah. It is right now, it's a garage level and then the medical office building. It has a somewhat, not as tall, but kind of a similar.
Maybe just zoom in on those and we can
yeah.
walk through them.
You can kind of see it there.
Yeah. So it's also kind of engaging the slope that's there now, right?
Right, it's retained it has an embankment, and then it's retained with the lower garage level, because that has tuck under parking. And then you've got the medical office building sitting above.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to see a shot from the other direction at the
Yeah, I
far
thought I
end.
showed that to you last time. I'm surprised it's not in here. My apologies.
Okay, and then,
Chair Moore?
yes.
I do have a Google Street View of that
Okay.
elevation change if you would like to see that.
Yeah.
Correct me if this is.
That's correct. There you can kind of see that medical office building is up higher, and then there's the lower retaining wall.
If you could back up. And drive backwards for us, yeah, there we go. Further back, so we can see. There we go. Okay. And then if we could just look a little bit to the left, see that house there? Okay.
Correct?
And that utility pole is indicated on your elevation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it for question. Okay, one more question.
Could you just point out where the generator is? I think that was one of our comments from
The
last time.
transformer is
Or,
located.
yeah,
that's,
transformer.
in that, so it's in this corner with a landscaping buffer in front. So you see the new transformer is pointing to it right there. And so we can screen that with landscaping with about 4 feet, 3-4 feet of landscaping there.
Did you have a tree in the landscape
Yeah.
plan there?
Yeah, we're working on that right now. There's a transformer, the fire backflow, and then we have access here. So we're trying to work through all of that.
Okay. All right. If that's it for questions, we need to
Oh, can I just
keep
clar-
moving.
Sorry, just to clarify, that is about the only location we can put that transformer, given where the existing power lines are.
Okay. Let's move to comments so we can stay on track here. Who would like to start? Anybody?
I can start.
Okay.
I think this project is a handsome project. I think it's coming along quite well. I'm impressed with the changes you've made. And I do see how important the landscaping is to this project. So I encourage further help for us to comprehend how that works with it. And I only have one reservation, and that's that retaining wall in front and how that is completed and how that might look, because it certainly seems important to the project. That's all.
Okay. Mr. Whalen?
Thank you, Chair Moore. Just a couple of comments. I would reiterate Mr. Olson's about the quality of the architecture. It seems well thought out and well modulated. I have two concerns. One is that eastern margin where you're adjacent to the one-story long-term care. I'm relieved to hear that the hedge is going to remain, because the impact on those residents, not only during construction, but then when a 30-foot building goes up right next to it, is going to have a huge impact, although I like the way you've modulated the space, and I will look forward to the landscaping specifics of that area. I think you intimated there might be a tall, slender tree in there. Maybe trees aren't called for at all, but some shrubbery. And I would like to see that all the planters on La Cumbre be faced with stone, and this for as much as tying the whole elevation together rather than just being at the entryway. can be a significant deterrent to skateboarders if they are in fact smack up to
That is
this.
a fast slope down for them.
Oh, they love that. Thank you, that's all I have, Chair Moore.
Okay, Mr. Black?
Yeah, I think it's a handsome project as well, and like Mr. Olson, my big concern is going to be how you articulate the landscape and how it's, particularly as it on the Cumbre with those high plaster walls, you really need to sort of really beef up the landscape and soften all that. So otherwise, I think it's quite handsome. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Six?
Yes, thanks. I wrote down the word handsome, so I compliment you on the architecture. I'm disappointed that the one-story unit at the very northwest corner was taken off, and I'm wondering if there's a possibility of taking a chunk. As that stair comes down, I wonder if there's, and there's a double wraparound balcony at that unit. I wondered if the north balcony could be substituted for a low roof at the plinth. You understand what I'm saying? Huh?
We'll look at it.
Okay. I think the problem is the plinth, and I'm not convinced that the use of citrus trees and so forth will, or any types of landscape will adequately diminish its impact. So I'm looking forward to seeing those images of the plantings. I think that the overall mass of the project could be reduced, apparent massing could be reduced if you, the taupe of the color of the plinth and the taupe of some of your upper buildings are very close right now in the image, and I think that if you lighten up the taupe on the top to a much lighter color, I think the contrast would suit, give a less, break up the apparent mass. I was wondering, and I probably should have introduced it in questions, whether you considered right at the red barn at the front, taking the red siding all the way down to the street level in order to break up the continuous plinth. It would do two things. Again, breaking up the linearity of that extent, and also make a more comfortable residential feeling. You could incorporate, the windows and so forth. It would look like you're entering that red box at ground level. I don't know if you studied that or not.
I had, and I think growing up in the Midwest and being so familiar with these barn structures sitting on stone plinths like that with entrances there, it seemed appropriate.
It may be that you do do halfway, bring what do you call it? Wainscot.
Yep.
Wainscot of stone, and then kind of camouflage that linear plinth by breaking it up to a vertical red. I think I'm concerned about there being too much white railing. I think that I don't know whether you need it at the street level at Villa Lucero, but it's very continuous on the upper second story. I wondered if, and being white, it will really stand out. So I'm wondering if it's either a color thing or whether you introduce a different pattern at nodes that change the that continuous mass. as well as, and the same comment for the white railings at the plinth, especially, that same idea. Maybe those go to an entirely different language and not try to express the picket look, but it becomes more subtle and goes away and contrasts with where you really want to pull out that look of picketness.
Yeah, that's a good comment.
Pickedness. I would like, next time I'd like to see the graphics or photos more with the interface with the senior housing. I'm not quite sure where the up photos and so forth to tell that story better. I don't see. I don't see, how that, you say there's a major hedge there. I don't see it in the presentation. I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
Sure, not much to add. I think the massing is appropriate. I think the northwest corner should be studied to reduce the appearance of the height. I also agree with the comment regarding the railing and maybe introducing a different material just to break it up. There's a lot of it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. My own comments are very similar to Vice Chair Six's. To add my own spin on that, I think the base or the podium really needs further breakup. I think the little planters out in front aren't quite enough to do that. Whether it's change in materials, change in railing height, combination of extending that to make it more of a parapet condition for more of that area. Perhaps it's interfaces with the planter at the railing so they get some stuff growing and spilling over the edge to soften that even more. Combination of parapet with rail on top. Just various things to help make some difference there. And then I think everybody's pointing at it, that corner where we have that maximum height at the ground is troublesome for me, especially in light of the little house that's right next door. The scale is just a little overwhelming at that point. And then I think the design in the courtyard is great, but it might be a little over-programmed at this point. Maybe there's a little bit more room for play and things like that for the people that are there. So rather than packing it full of items, let it breathe a little bit, I think. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chair, can I make a request? Because this is a state bonus density project that's 100% affordable, I think it might be helpful if Allison could speak to some of the legal constraints that we are working within. Or I can.
Well, I don't think anyone's asked you to reduce units or reduce heights of units or anything like that. We're talking about.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think anyone's mentioned that.
I said I was disappointed in the one-story becoming two-story at the corner, but I am suggesting that be mitigated by taking a notch out of the plinth.
Okay.
Meaning that might be expensive, but it's a large project.
Yeah. So I don't know if staff has any thoughts. It's not a very specific question, but.
Yeah, I think or Chair Moore, the concessions and development waivers that are being requested haven't really been touched on by the ABRs. So, yeah, I don't know specifically if there's anything else that you wanted me to comment on. I think it was mentioned briefly about the solar access ordinance that was one of their concessions being requested, and also I will mention that there's no bike parking. That was another concession.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so no final appealable decision to be made at this hearing. What is the next stop for this project?
So Chair Moore, this project, it does require approval by the Street Tree Advisory Committee and Parks and Recreation Commission for the tree removals, and I believe that is underway. And then it does need staff review. It needs to be deemed complete so that we can do environmental review. And so once that happens, then it can come to you for a decision.
Okay, so this would be an indefinite continuance at this point. Okay, back to the board. Okay. Does somebody want to craft a motion for that? No? Okay, I'll give it a whirl. So I'll make a motion for an indefinite continuance back to the full board, with the following comments, that the board very much appreciates the design changes and the design direction of this project. And the board asks that the applicant make the following, or study the following items. Let's see. Number one, study ways of mitigating the scale and size of the proposed podium, particularly along La Cumbre. Number two, in particular, pay attention to the northwest corner along La Cumbre. And study ways of reducing the apparent mass and or provide additional screening for that location. Number three, when the project returns, please provide a set of elevations with just the architectural only, and a second set of elevations with renderings of the proposed landscape. Number four, study, well, I guess that's part of the podium.
The railings?
Oh, yes. Study or provide options for the podium railing and railings throughout the project.
You want to see graphics of the
Elevations?
property line with the senior housing.
Photographs of is that the east? The east property line conditions. Okay, anything else?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? We want to leave it open for the applicant to take all of these comments into consideration and do what they think is appropriate. So we'll leave it at that at this point. So let's take our vote.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Olson?
Here, yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yep.
Chair Moore?
Yes.
So when there is a brief moment, I'd like to give special recognition to Mary for the job that she's done for us. And so maybe when things have calmed here a bit, we might do that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Here, here.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Item number 2. Come on down. Okay, I think we're ready.
So, Chair Moore, could I
Yes.
take just a brief
Please.
moment here to show appreciation for Mary, who has served us really quite well and has made understandable motions out of our gibberish sometimes. And you've set a very high bar, and so I'm sure that the rest of the board will join me in thanking you for the work that you've done.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All right, well, let's move on to item number 2, which is 3344 State Street. And this is a project that will abate violations that include permitting as-built bathrooms in rooms 5 and 6, remodel as-built room number 4.5 into a hotel storage area, and remodel / conversion of approximately 929 square feet of the manager's residential unit to commercial floor area to accommodate a new hotel breakfast area and lobby. A new exterior trellis patio area is proposed adjacent to the new lobby. Additionally, the project proposes to permit as-built mechanical units. ADA improvements are also proposed, including a new parking lot arrangement with new ADA spaces, ADA path of travel throughout the property, and 2 motel rooms remodeled to be ADA accessible rooms. New bike parking is also proposed. Staff hearing officer approval of 2 setback modifications and parking modification was granted August 11th of 2021, and a waiver by the ABR for alternative landscape design is also requested. Project design approval is requested. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines, and was last reviewed July 26th of 2021. We have some staff comments.
I do, thank you, Chair Moore. So to the board, that as part of the staff hearing officer approval of the 3 modifications, there was one condition that was added, that a condition for the breezeway between buildings 1 and 2 be created by the removal of the as-built storage area shall remain open to the interior courtyard, either without a gate or with a see-through gate such as one built of wrought iron or similar other materials, so that applicant should walk through that. Thank you.
All right. We have comments or a motion from last time?
We do have minutes from the previous meeting, yes.
Yeah, we'll pull them up here real quick. There we go. So pretty short and sweet. Design is acceptable in the areas that are within the setbacks and the areas that requires staff hearing officer review. In general, the board is supportive of the design and the parking lot layout. Restudy the proposed trellis element to study increasing the size of the vertical supports. In general, study making the trellis more substantial and more articulated. Okay?
All right.
Take us through that.
My name is Paul Zink. I'm the architect of the project. With me is the owner, Nick Tang. He's behind me.
And pardon me, if you could turn your mic on, I don't think the green, there you go.
So sorry. My name is Paul Zink. I'm the architect for the project, and behind me is Nick Tang, the owner of the property, with his wife. And I want to run through a couple of quick photographs of the existing property that we are remodeling. As you heard, it's got a long history. Part of the project was 100% approved. Construction drawings were issued. It was under the Tier 3 stormwater management, which became an excessive burden. Stormwater management has been revised, and now this is a Tier 2 project. And so the project has been scaled back in what it needs to do to accommodate stormwater management, as well as address the zoning violations. So as we know from across the street from where Harry's and Loretta Plaza is, the hotel is existing. The front building there, which is Building A, is in the front yard setback and along both streets and on the side street as well as State Street. And then in the other part of the, oops. So sorry. Shazam. Okay, calm down. Really.
You can want to go full screen. Keep trying to zoom, or you can hit
Control 0. That's what I want. I'll move slower. Come on.
Hit H. And if you want, I can manage your plans too. If you want to just.
I just need to go to the upper right-hand corner. Thank you. Of this same sheet that we're on, I can go back full screen. I don't want.
So to Mr. Zink, if you just help, so Will's going to control your plans now. So we're pulling it up on this computer. So if you can just verbally give him the cue of where you want to go, and then we'll try to make this as seamless as possible. Sorry about the interruption.
Yeah, so page 3, upper right-hand corner. I was ready for that. I want to show you the 2-story element right by that huge tree, correct. And part of what I'm pointing out is the exterior changes to the building. That's existing right now. We're getting rid of the red burgundy trim around the windows. We're replacing the windows with white aluminum windows, and we're going to have traditional siding or trimming around the windows. Then the archways that are happening where between the staircase, correct, that little archway and up above, the trellis along that side does not have a building permit, so we're legalizing that. And so a part of this is I'm creating a bookend kind of element feature to sort of receive where that trellis is happening. If we go down the page, correct, one more. If you zoom in there, you can see the white Ys. Those don't have building permits. We're going to repeat that element, and then I'm creating this bookend, and I'll show you in the revised elevations of what we're proposing to do. If you go down one more, oh wait, that's a good shot too, because you see the 3 little squares, that's going away. And the way the 2-story kind of ends right there, we're creating a little bookend kind of detail at that location. Then the retaining, if you see where the motif is, that's correct right there. We're going to be taking out that wall, replacing it with a 5-foot-high, non-climbable pool enclosure wall, that kind of element. If we go down, perfect. What I want to point out, in the center of that picture, you can see how the second floor balcony 100% cantilevers over the first floor walkway, and then there's that trellis. And so we're maintaining that. So where the columns, you'll notice the columns of the trellis do not line up with the columns of the second floor, and that will be disguised with the landscaping thing, and that's just an existing condition of where the steel columns are for the second floor and the rhythm of the parking lot that happens on the first floor. We go to sheet 5, which is the proposed site plan. Basically, you can see where we're adding all new paving, and the paving will follow all the stormwater management requirements. We're keeping the existing pool, but we're changing all the access around it. I want to bring your attention to the trellis that's happening between State Street and the existing pool. We have increased the columns to 1 foot square, and there's less of them, and there's a beefier column, and I have a detail showing. That's going to be the vertical pull from the parking lot to the lobby and the proposed lobby that's already existing. Then we have ADA access from the sidewalk, and then we have a whole bunch of covered patio area, as well as an outdoor patio for tables and chairs and things of that nature. We go to page 8. Actually, we'll skip that and just go straight to page 12. There's the proposed trellis, and there's minor changes that are happening to that front building where I'm just changing out the windows. If you remember, in the plate height of that existing fascia line is like 7 foot 2 inches, and the header is at 6'8". So those 2 windows are now becoming 3 windows at the top, that elevation right there. So the openings are staying the same. I'm changing the proportions slightly, and I'm adding a chunkier beam to the rafter overhang to give it some more character, as well as the fascia line. So that's the change that I'm happening along that line. And then the trellis itself that's happening, I have 2 foot high or 30-inch high, depending, because it's on a slope, plinth, or you want to just say a base, and then the column is 12 inches above that, and then a heavy timber trellis over that. And then behind that is a sound wall as well as a masonry wall around the swimming pool, and then we have the 5 foot high climbing fence. That wall varies between 7 and 5 feet in height, the plaster wall at the swimming pool, but it's made to keep the State Street noise away from the swimming pool portion. If we go to the next page, which is page 13, you zoom up to the top, You can see how I'm adding the arch. It's a real subtle detail, but it's note number 2, where I'm boxing in the columns, and by boxing in the columns, I'm also hiding the roof downspouts. And if you were to stare at the pictures, you'd see all the downspouts, and I'm trying to hide the flat roof, its downspouts, with a plaster column, and then I'm arching in between to sort of create that kind of a bookend enclosure of the gallery walkway. And then there's the trellis at the first floor, and then those Ys at the top floor that happen over there. And then there'll be all new wrought iron. It's ADA, 42 inches high. Last section I want to go to. I'll pass on the details, but I have them shown. If we go to page 16, I'll show you the landscape plan. I'm sorry, 17. I do not have the landscape architect here with me at today's meeting, but the next time I'll come, I will bring him here to talk about the project. There was a comment about needing an ABR exception for an alternate landscaping. Hopefully staff can speak about this. Because this project was 100% approved and permitted previously, all of that, I believe, has been worked out. I've hired the same landscape architect, so the solution that you see falls into the same scenario. There's, along that Anapomola Drive, there is no sidewalk, so we are just having a DG walkway along that side, and then we have just ground cover, and then we're adding little fenced-in areas where the mechanical units are occurring with landscaping correct along that side. Palm trees and kind of a tropic theme is what we have. This is the Oasis Inn and Suites. And then we're redoing all of the hardscape for outdoor living space, and then the parking area will be all restriped. So that's the project, and I can answer any questions in more detail.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can open public comment.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I will begin with virtual public comment and then move to in-person public comment. If anyone joining by Zoom wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak, and I will call on you. I do not have any hands raised, so then I will move on to in-person comment. We did not receive any speaker slips on this item, and we also did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and go to questions. Mr. Whalen, do you want to start? Any questions?
No questions, Chair Moore.
Okay. Mr. Olson?
No questions.
I have none.
Mr. Black? Questions?
Go to the landscape plan, please.
It's page 17.
So I guess my general question, I mean, I did review this plan earlier, but is what you're showing on this particular plan just all new landscape, but there's no existing landscaping? I'm just sort of looking on the north end of the project, and doesn't appear to be any landscape up there.
The north end, the top of the sheet where the alley is.
Yeah.
If we scoot the drawing down a little bit, there is zero. I'm sorry, go up a little. There you go. It's 100% paving, and I have pictures to show you there. There's a couple of like little planter boxes between the building and the wheel stops, but I can't call it an afterthought, but there is a little bit of landscaping between the wheel stops and the building that are not shown.
I guess my question is then, are there any opportunities to provide additional landscape? I realize you're up against the alley, but
Between the parking and the alley, no, we can't. And this is a 1950s approved parking layout. Plus the parking, I can show you a photograph, dives in about 18 inches, as ridiculous as it sounds. Maybe it's 16, but the alley is taller and you dive into the parking space. Yeah. Upper right-hand corner, go over one more to the, zoom into that one. You can see how there's a hedge right there, and then there's the water heater enclosure. And as strange as all those cars with their butt up in the air, it's because they dive into where the building is. And that's the grade of that breezeway between two buildings where the vending machines are.
okay, that's clear to me. And then one last question. So I see you're asking for a waiver for alternative landscape design. Can you explain what that is?
I would love staff to explain it because I don't recall.
Okay.
Yes, so, Mr. Chair, through you to the board, and forgive me, I was not the assigned planner for this, so, but conceptually speaking, the zoning ordinance, it identifies landscape requirements, objective landscape requirements that would be, that a project would need to achieve. However, knowing that there are some sites that are constrained or a little bit awkward or don't necessarily, that's not always easy to accomplish something like that, an applicant can request a an alternative landscape design. And the way that it's written in the ordinance is that that would need to be approved by the design review body. So in this instance, the applicant is coming to you. I wish I knew the specifics, but again, I'm kind of guessing based on the constraints of the site, it was hard to achieve those specific standards. And so that is what this particular waiver is all about. It really has to do, it's trying to provide some flexibility for applicants and challenging sites. So that's.
Can I give one answer? This project is basically taking 1,000 square feet of existing buildings and converting it into commercial. And we can only have 1,000 square feet before we have to do a whole bunch of Measure E stuff. And so our addition, which is basically taking existing residential storage area and converting it into this commercial breakfast area, 927 square feet, that's the existing project. We are not making this building any larger. We're just changing the names of things on the inside of the building. So our existing building footprints and our existing roofs are existing. All I'm changing is the windows, the trimmer on the windows, and the chunky rafter tails.
And so all the landscape that's shown on the landscape plan is essentially existing landscape area, and you are just redoing it?
We are doing 100% all new landscaping in the holes that we currently have in the ground. Because what we have right now doesn't have current irrigation standards, and that's saying it's not current. So we're basically obliterating 100% of the paving. You can see from that sort of to the left of the driveway over, we're taking out all the paving and we're replacing it and redoing all the landscape islands and things of that nature. So that we are doing, that's new, but the actual building footprints themselves we're not changing. So I can't put fingers in between the parking layouts because my parking is already 1950 standards of, it is what it is. Kind of.
I understand.
And Mr. Chair, through you, and that's a good example of the fingers between parking spaces. Another example is in the zoning ordinance, we identify the 3-foot landscape buffer around, and so oftentimes sites are challenged by that if they've got existing parking standards that didn't include that landscape buffer to begin with. So the alternative landscape waiver that would be approved by this board, that this is an example of how that could be used.
Chair Moore. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Black.
I'm almost done. So I guess my last question is, the landscape architect will be here the next time?
I will have him here at the next
Because I have specific questions for him.
That's fine.
Thank you.
In light of Mr. Zink's comment, will the existing landscaping at the southwest corner, that rather lush bird of paradise, that's all going to be removed, or will that be retained?
I can't answer that because I don't know what those different symbols mean. And yes, it'd be nice, but almost the scale of that bird of paradise is too great for the building that's there because it makes the building look even more awkward in its formation. But
you do have a photo.
I have a photo of it. If you go
somewhere
back to that
of
photo
it.
sheet. Slide right there. And if you think that's luscious, I will tell him to retain it. But my eye says that that bird of paradise is too big on the corner because it dwarfs the architecture that's happening there. And the architecture is not a problem there. But I'd rather see more trunk of a palm tree and more verticalness kind of. That's my eye of. But I didn't really give him a lot of guidance.
So the answer is, it's going to be removed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions down here?
Mr. Chair, could you explain the extent of the replacement of the windows? So first of all, the standard front windows to the rooms along the corridors and walkways, those are not going to be replaced, correct?
I can show you where we're going to be changing den, and that's on a certain elevation. And it's really along Ampola is where there is like a variety of 4 different types of windows. If we go to sheet 8 and zoom in right in the middle where it says left entrance right there, you can see that there's some original steel windows, there are some vinyls, and then there's some aluminums. And so along that elevation, which to me faces the street, and that's a public thing, I'm taking those out and saying those will all be matched. Now if we go to page, the other elevation sheet, which was 12, and that same elevation, right there on the bottom. You can see how there's bathroom windows, there's living room windows, but they're all going to have a similar style and character, and then they're going to have the wood trim around them. At the 2-story building, we're not touching those windows.
So the wood trim that I see in the standard room windows would be replicated in these
Correct.
new windows, okay.
But what's important is not the pediment style. You'll see that there's some windows on site that have a burgundy look, that have more of a triangular pediment. We're not going to repeat that.
Okay,
That'll get taken off.
but all of the windows, even along State Street, will have the white trim.
Correct. There's
Okay.
2 that face Harry's in the 2-story element.
Then could you explain I see the naked downspouts that are very problematic. You're going to box those in, correct?
Correct.
And make a column statement out of them. Are you going to be able to do that within the dimensions of the existing columns, or you're going to have to reinforce?
I'm making new columns.
Throughout. So you box in the downspouts and then reflect the
If we go to
resulting dimensions with the new
sheet
columns.
10 and zoom into the corner, the lower corner, the bottom of the page, right-hand side. I haven't done the math, of course, so maybe it doesn't work, but you can see on each side of the existing columns, I'm actually making them larger, and I'm hoping I can zigzag one way or another this 4-inch diameter
Okay.
downspout into it.
Are the 45-degree knee braces that we see on the upper, I don't know if they're on the lower, no, on the upper, are those essential?
What I am doing is changing the height and lowering them. I'm not keeping the existing location, I'm bringing them down a little bit. But they are
Okay.
not necessary, that's all, because what they're concealing is a pipe column, and so I could remove them, but I actually like the look because it gave a little bit more interest.
Okay, and are you proposing that those upper story columns remain white?
Yeah,
Right.
yes,
Yes, thanks.
I had them all as white.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, any questions?
Let me go back on that question. Because the trellises that I have the trellises as a dune gray, so the wooden
Let's do
posts
this. Let's
should be dune gray.
focus on, let's do the materials discussion. Ms. Anderson, do you have any questions?
That's what was my question.
Yeah,
Do
let's-
you have a column detail and do you have a materiality for
Let's
that
go to
detail?
the materials sheet, please.
Okay. Material sheet is page 13. So the plaster is going to be the same color the plaster currently is, which is they call it Empire Gold. The doors are going to stay the same kind of a billard green, turquoise green color. The asphalt shingle roof, I'm only replacing the asphalt shingle on building A. That's the only one. The other buildings are going to remain existing asphalt shingle. The wrought iron is going to be a medium bronze. It's not going to be black, so it's not hot to touch. The item F, which is the wood trellis, which would also be those 8x8 columns with the wide format. They would be, it's a solid color stain, and it's dune gray. And so that for all of my wood trellises elements, that's what I have. It's the rafter tails and the fascias and the window trim that would be white.
Okay. Any questions about that?
So the columns are wood. It's like encased in wood.
The columns
what
would be
you
wood
yeah,
encased.
okay. That's all my questions.
Okay. Is the intent just to match the existing colors then, or are you interested in changing those at all, or is there anything driving these decisions?
Driving the decision is that the building already has been there. It has an icon. I mean, it is the color that it is. To change the color in one building means I'm changing it everywhere, which is an unnecessary added expense where I did not entertain that as an option. I didn't think it was necessary. What I did get rid of was the red burgundy trim, and then the chocolate brown trellis that's there, I have made that more of a lighter brown color.
What is the color of the, I guess, the sides of the second floor walkway? It's yellow now.
Correct.
Is that going to remain?
It's going to stay yellow, yes. And you can see there's different colors. There's one more faded, and one's more of a bright canary-ish.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's an existing yellow color that's there.
Okay. And then all of the planters, they're going to stay yellow?
Yes.
And the maroon, is that coming
The maroon's coming down.
off? Okay.
And the one thing to say is, in some hotels, there's a lot of damage, and once a month they're going with a bucket of paint, and they're always touching things up to make it look nice. And so to have, bad concrete or some kind of raw material, it doesn't work for the maintenance.
Sure, I understand. Okay. Any other follow-up questions before we go to comments?
I'm sorry, I need
Yes.
to clarify. The upper story, white columns with the knee braces that are going to be doubled in number, are they going to remain white?
No, they're going to be dune gray.
Dune gray, okay,
I
thanks.
was wrong in what I said, dune gray.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's go to comments, please. So they're looking for project design approval. So keep that in mind with your comments.
Mr. Russell, can you bring the monitor into compliance with what's up above for us, please?
Unfortunately, the way we were presenting, we don't have the ability to have them on your screen. Sorry.
With that said, if the applicant is comfortable, you could probably just go to the page number, and then we could transfer it back over to the applicant computer if there's a particular page where that doesn't require much jumping back and forth.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and do that.
So we're in comments. Who would like to start?
Sure.
Okay. Thank
I'll
you.
start, Chair Moore. Find the project acceptable and well-crafted. Thank you.
All right.
No
Ms.
comments.
Wilson?
I can also support the project.
Okay.
No additional comments.
Same for me, no additional comments.
Yeah, I think even with the dune color at the upper columns, I think the knee braces are really distracting to the style of the building, and would like to see those eliminated to reduce, especially that now that you're doubling the number, to reduce the impact of those columns, as they're going to be pretty wide because of your boxing in. So I think that's the only comment I have.
Okay.
Other than that, it's a nice project.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
No comments. I'm in support of PDA today.
Okay. Would you like to make that a motion?
I certainly can. All right, I would move to approve, no, what am I saying? Provide project design approval today for this project as presented with the following comments. We can't say study, can we, at this point? Oh, sure, okay. With the following comments, the board appreciates the detail and architecture of the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, I don't know if I completely agree with that. So, all right, that's it.
Okay.
We have additional project
Oh, and
compatibility findings.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, and we find the project compatibility findings. Number one, the design of the project is consistent with the design guidelines applicable for the location of the project within the city. The project is compatible with the desirable architectural qualities and characteristics that are distinctive of Santa Barbara and the neighborhood. It is appropriate in size, mass, bulk, height, and scale. There are no adjacent landmarks or historic resources that we know of. There are no public views of the ocean or mountains affected, and the project includes appropriate amount of open space and landscaping.
Great. Did we have a seconder?
Second.
Second by Mr. Olson. Any discussion?
Yes, would the maker of the motion add elimination of the knee braces at the second-story columns?
No. I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay.
Under further discussion, are we going to address the request for the waiver for alternative landscape with this
do you need
motion?
that in there?
We should.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we would add that the board is in support of the alternative landscape design. Is that what you're asking for?
That's fine, and if there's any other specific comments that would help the landscape architect for final approval.
I mean, from my perspective, it would have been nice to have him here to at least present the landscape, and if I had any questions based on what he was telling me, that would be one thing, but he's not here, so.
You can put that down as a condition to have him come for final and then
Yes.
leave it open for modifications.
Okay.
Yes.
We request that the landscape architect
Here?
be present at the next meeting for questions and comments.
Approval is second.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
And if that's it, let's take our vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll go ahead and take roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
No.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break.
And I'm sorry, could we, Mr. Six, would you mind just clarifying your reason for the no vote for the record?
He wants the knee braces
Doesn't like-
eliminated.
Doesn't like knee braces.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you're done?
But
on to item number 3, which is 121 East Mason Street. And this is a revised proposal for a 4-story mixed-use development in the coastal zone. Project entails demolition of existing structures except for the 523 square foot silo and construction of approximately 199,519 square foot mixed-use development on a 2.1 acre site in the Funk Zone. A total of 155 residential units are proposed, 142 rental units, and 13 condominiums, of which 29 would be affordable, with a proposed density of 74 units per acre. The project is proposed under a development agreement. Proposed non-residential floor area totals 18,104 square feet. A total of 228 parking spaces are proposed, 116 residential, 112 commercial, using a combination of standard spaces, mechanical lifts, and valet service. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires Planning Commission consideration of a coastal development permit and a tentative subdivision map, and City Council consideration of a development agreement. Project requires compliance with project compatibility analysis, as well as the following guidelines: the urban design guidelines, the infill design guidelines, the outdoor lighting design guidelines. The project was last reviewed November 2nd of 2020. Okay, it's good to see so many people here participating. Before we jump in, I do want to ask that anybody that wants to make public comment and speak, that may make sure they've filled out their speaker slips that are available by the door and return them to the secretary over here. So, okay. I believe staff has a few words before we start.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore and ABR. My name is Allison DeBusk, and I'm the senior planner with the City of Santa Barbara. And before the applicant walks through the details of the project, I just wanted to take a minute to frame today's discussion and give you a little bit of background on the process. Next slide. So the project is proposing to develop an entire city block bounded by Yananali and East Mason Street on the north and south, and Santa Barbara and Gray Avenue to the east and west. It's zoned ocean-oriented commercial, which allows for some ocean-dependent and ocean-related industrial uses, commercial recreational uses, art-related uses, restaurants, and residential uses. Per the municipal code, the OC zone is intended to foster a vital mixed-use neighborhood, preserve and protect the coast environment, and enhance the waterfront as a place to work, visit, and live. Next slide. The block is currently made up of a mix of uses, including some artist studios, open storage yards, commercial uses, and outdoor seating known as Dart Garden for an adjacent coffee shop. And it's important to note that not all of the existing uses on the site are permitted. We have received a lot of comments about the Dart Garden. However, this space is not a permitted use. It's an allowed use, but would require coastal permitting, as well as the provision of adequate parking based on the square footage and number of seats. The proposed development would include 155 units and approximately 18,000 square feet of commercial space. And this is a much higher density than what is allowed under existing zoning. There are some programs that encourage and allow projects to get additional density, such as state density bonus, SB 35, and also the city's AUD program. However, those options either do not apply to this site or don't get the density provisions that the applicant is requesting for the project. So as a result, they're proposing a development agreement for the site. Next slide. A development agreement is a permitting mechanism that is provided under state law. It's essentially a contract between the city and the developer for a specific time frame, and it defines the regulations and commitments that bind the project. Development agreements encourage private developers to help the city achieve long-term planning goals, such as providing more housing, especially affordable units, but also for things like public improvements. Development agreements incentivize developers by reducing the risks of development which in turn can reduce costs. As a result, the city is able to obtain public benefits that we may not have otherwise been able to achieve. So today's hearing is a concept review, and after conceptual design review, application materials will be resubmitted to staff, and staff will do a review for completeness. After the application is deemed complete and environmental review is completed, the project would proceed to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission would consider the requested discretionary applications, which in this case are a coastal development permit and a tentative subdivision map. And they will also be making a recommendation to the City Council on the development agreement. The City Council would then take action on the development agreement. And if approved, the project would then return to the ABR for project design approval and final approval. To this end, please know that ABR's purview is strictly related to design and not to land use issues. So the layout, massing, materials, et cetera, are all items up for discussion by the ABR. Planning Commission will be the board that reviews the merits of the project in terms of land use, and this includes zoning, policy consistency, and environmental review. As I mentioned, they will either approve or deny the coastal development permit and subdivision map, and they will make recommendation to City Council on the development agreement. So comments related to land use should be directed to the Planning Commission. Next slide. The City Council will then consider the terms of the development agreement and will approve or deny it. So to conclude, today's review is specific to the project's design, and specifically the ABR will be looking at the project against the compatibility findings that are in the municipal code, and these are summarized on the slide here. And to be clear, the ABR does not need to make these findings today, but you do need to review them and discuss them and provide comments on them to the Planning Commission for use in the Planning Commission's deliberation on the project. So that concludes staff's comments, and I'm here for questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Just a couple of questions. Is parking something that the ABR is responsible for reviewing and approving?
Chair Moore, the parking quantity is a land use aspect, and so that is for the Planning Commission's deliberation, not for ABR. You would be looking at the design of parking structures and layout in that sense.
Okay, can you tell us more about the public views and vistas aspect of our scope of review?
Chair Moore, that is a typical part of ABR's considerations. In this case, Planning Commission will also need to make their own findings because our coastal land use plan does include policies that address public views. So they will also be making those comments, but you would do your typical review in terms of determining whether the project impacts public views.
Okay, is it public views from specific places, or is it just walking down the street, public views?
So public views are generally from key public gathering areas. So we don't have a specific definition, right? Public streets all do provide that, but often we're looking at the more significant public streets. We're looking at parks. Things such as the harbor or any other gathering places are typically of more importance than, maybe a smaller side street.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
One of the public letters indicated to be sensitive and careful about exemptions that this project required. There's, because of the, if I'm to understand, because of the development agreement, there really are no exemptions specific to this project, correct?
That is correct. The development agreement would essentially, it's laying out the rules for the project. Therefore, technically, they're not asking for exceptions. If you were to compare it to the existing zoning, you could consider it that the development agreement is drafting these exceptions, but there are technically no exceptions that need to be approved.
Okay, my second question is that, we've been counseled that we need to not, because of the state mandates for providing more housing, that the ABR does not have, is limited to reduction of mass by eliminating a number of units. Is this relevant in this case? And if we said, oh, this building is way too big, we want to see 25% reduction in the number of units, we could not do that. We could fiddle with the massing, but not with the overall size. Is that correct?
Chair Moore, Vice Chair Six. Generally, under state law, you cannot take any actions that would reduce density on the project. There are other ways to reduce massing
Yes,
that you're
I understand.
familiar with.
Articulate the massing, yes.
Exactly. In this case, for state law, it sets what the zoning density is. So if this was above that, you could reduce it. But staff is supportive of the number of units that are in the project and the affordability requirements.
So if we, to significantly reduce this project, it would appear that we'd have to talk about reduction of units, and that would fly in the face of the staff and the intent of this project, correct?
Anything that would potentially impact and reduce density. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Any other questions? Okay. There we go. If we could have the motion from last time as well, that'd be helpful. So we asked that the applicant to provide story poles, that in general, the overall massing was generally acceptable. Yes, the material palette is generally acceptable. The glazing is consistent with the vernacular found within the area, but requires more refinement in terms of sizing and patterning. And the use of landscaping and courtyards throughout the site is appreciated and carefully developed, but still holds challenges to the overall size and access of the project. Continue to explore ways to expand the alleyway on each elevation. Further, the board requests applicants to explore solutions for introducing landscaping, opening space inside the development and along the perimeter. Okay. Okay, with that, if you could introduce yourselves and take us through your changes. We do still have the 15-minute timer on, so do your best.
Well, Chair Moore, thank you. I'm Christine Perone. I'm the architect for the project. I'm here today with Courtney Jane Miller with Courtney Jane Miller Landscape Architects and Heidi Jones with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services. Do you have the PowerPoint? Oh, okay. We would, Mr. Chair, given the scope of this project, I think Courtney and I have both tried to tailor our presentations to be as brief as possible. I know we have been a year since we were here last, so we would, in order to help meet the 15-minute deadline, we would certainly appreciate questions that could help us bring you back to anything that you've forgotten or need to be reintroduced to from the prior project. Thank you. While that's being set up, I think I could go ahead and address one item on the minutes, was the story poles that were requested to be installed. And unfortunately, the story pole installer did install them incorrectly, the first iteration. And they were considerate enough to give us a letter acknowledging that they had made that mistake. So we just wanted to make sure that that was clear and that they acknowledged that.
My apologies, I'm working on getting that into. We have the video presentation, and then,
There's a PowerPoint?
was that uploaded to Acela?
Yes,
Okay.
I think. I mean, I sent it to Megan. Yeah.
For some reason, I don't. One second. I have that PDF.
You have that PDF backup of the PowerPoint?
It's just the virtual view simulation. That's the only thing that was provided. And so we could reach out to the case planner.
Okay. Yeah, I provided a PowerPoint and then a PDF backup of the PowerPoint, and I did this exercise to try to make this as brief as possible so we don't have to scroll through a lot of pages here. If we could take a minute, if that's possible, to
Absolutely.
find that. It will actually make us go more quickly because I consolidated.
Could we move them back to 15 minutes?
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you for being patient. I think I found it.
We wait. I think that I would like to revisit some of the motion. And one of the reasons why we moved on into a lengthy development agreement with the city and felt confident coming back, and of course I understand story polls and evolution of thinking, but the comment that was made in the motion was the overall massing of project is generally acceptable. The stories are clustered at the center of the project, which is appropriate. Further, the massing of the project is appropriate for the scale of adjacent buildings in each respective neighborhood. The changes in roof lines and the pushes and pulls of each facade is supportable and effective in reducing overall apparent bulk of this project. And so I just wanted to really reread that. I know it. Thank you.
It should.
It's not there.
It might take a second for it to transfer over.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody, we're having a little technical difficulties.
The PDF just needs to save to that. The PDF just needs to save that file folder, and it's taken a little bit of time.
Okay. Not the PowerPoint, but the PDF, we can make do. So again, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. It's been over a year since we've been here, so please ask any questions to help remind yourselves of what you've seen before. Again, the project, I think, has already been described, its location. And the site plan is very similar to what you've seen before. I think some of the good requests that you made of us was to widen the alleys. And we've done that, and especially this one widened 4 feet, and this one widened a foot, and this one widened a foot. And I think you'll see in the animation sequence how really that was a good call, because we could really see through all the way on this alley that we proposed. And I guess it's a good opportunity to remind the board that the project has always had these significant mid-block alleys that are public, open to the public, these interior public courtyards, the park, little pocket park here on this corner. This used to be a entrance into the parking garage, and then in working with the neighbors, the adjacent neighbors, we eliminated that and introduced this pocket park. And some of the things that I hope you can remember is all of the elements that we are saving on site that are not required. These were not required as historical resources. The development team agreed that this was important to save these pieces of the history of the funk zone. And it included the loading zone dock roof here, the existing Weber bakery wall that wraps the site, and the silo. And this was really important to all of us, and it did really restrict the development envelope. That's a 1-story piece here, preserving the silo. So it was a real balancing act of preserving these pieces of architecture, providing real usable outdoor space and mid-block alleys to break down the scale of this project, with also providing the type of housing that we think this neighborhood needs. And here's again the first floor plan. The second floor plan, again, largely the same. This is all the residential, and here you see that roof, the silo being saved. The third floor, and then the rooftop deck here, and that has quite a bit of green roof that had a much nicer representation with some coloring, but you can see all the green roof that we're introducing here. Here, 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 and here. And so the project elevations, I think the main comment that besides widening the alleyways and studying the fenestration, and then there are additional landscaping comments, but the main focus was on really developing the fenestration. And we've kept this brick corner building from the early on iterations that you've seen.
Can you enlarge that for us, please?
Certainly. I'm going to reference these photos and then I'm going to enlarge it. So.
Okay.
So here, and it always picked up on this image that I found that had these colored glass elements. And you can see here we still do the large glazing that's indicative of this industrial type building. And then a reference here of a nearby brick building with similar vernacular. And again, just as a reminder, the scale of this building is almost identical to the Paley Wine building adjacent to it. So we really carefully studied that and scaled those to match. And then we break down into these smaller building elements and even down to a 2-story element here when we are on the Santa Barbara Yananelli Street corner. And that had, I'm afraid to use the hand. And that you're going to see this is kind of a simplified Windows type that we're using in places. So we sometimes have very industrial and sometimes these more simple elements, windows, and you'll see that reflected here. And again, that's just the elevation. And now we've just turned the corner, and this is Santa Barbara Street. And we've always referenced some of the sawtooth elements of the roofing. Again, obviously that's a dilapidated window, but we wanted to make sure we were getting different textures and breakups in the windows. So when I zoom in, you'll see some of these simplified windows. And then we're certainly introducing the classic steel type window, industrial window with the middle vent. And then just as a reminder, here, and I'll zoom in, is what we've always proposed for the artist collaborative part of the building is these roll-up doors that are on the front and the back side, so that we have this fluid perforated street elevation that really encourages people to go internal to the site. And here's a close-up of that elevation. And so here you can kind of see the more industrial type windows with the middle vent. And here are these kind of more simplified ones. So we're starting to play with that. Here's those roll-up doors that go up, and then here's that wide alley that really reads well in the animation that I'll show you here shortly. And then the other side of the Santa Barbara Street is missing an image. That's funny. I think it may be on another sheet, but what we wanted to do here, and I'll remind you that this is the water tanks that we are really going to be storing our storm water in these raised tanks. We're going to make this a feature of the site, and it's going to also reference kind of a graveled or a factory type building that we've shown you references of. And for this, that's the kind of weathered wood siding. And those we wanted to have like a little bit older look, maybe turn of the century look kind of window. And here where we go into this piece of architecture, you can see we are ganging together in a slightly different way, but still a factory way, these types of windows. And right here we do have a corner element, and all of you will know this building, but we did want a corner window here, and you'll see that in the animation. And as we turn the corner here, we're on Mason Street, and I think we've talked about this in the past, but this is an aerial of the site, and there's the Weber Bakery brick wall. Was built with this bowstring truss, which is a very factory industrial design feature, and it was always important to us to celebrate that and express that type of form here in the building. And then you can see again, these, it's a dilapidated building, but these kinds of breakups that we are referencing for these windows. And for the Weber Brick Bakery will be matching, sorry, it's a terrible photo. It's split here, but the white wood casements will be replacing those. And then these are much more simple versions, but we have more breakups. Let me zoom in here. We do want to do a bit more, kind of grid lines and breakup on these, but again, that simpler window type that I showed you at the beginning. And then we just turned the corner, and we're here on Gray Street, and here's that kind of older type of window that we're considering for these elements that sit above the water storage tanks. And then I'll zoom in, but there's the kind of brick sills that you're going to see here on this building, the kind of ribbon window that's expressed here on this building. And then again, there you'll see when I zoom in, they were kind of doing some brick sills, some concrete headers to try to add that detail and interest as we walk around this building. And here's the close-up. And you can see here there's the brick sill and a brick header. We'll be working with you as we move forward, but really was thinking to maybe paint those out and just match the buff-colored plaster color there. And then again, as we turn the corner, and here's where that alleyway goes all the way through, kind of these older type windows, that ribbon window, picking up on that kind of detail and expression. And then here you can see the brick buildings. This had been plaster the last time you saw it. And in studying it, we really felt like it would feel better as all in brick, as, you know, a piece of an old factory that may have had, you know, been built at a different time, but always using the same material. And I think you've seen these renderings, so largely the same kind of look and feel. We will ultimately, and have always seen this as a lot of these walls as kind of backdrops for future artist murals, and that's why we represented these in these renderings. And this is the corner of Mason and Gray. Here's the silo, and I can remind you about why we opened up the base, but if you could ask a question if you want to understand that again. And then finally back to the corner. And so the material palette, you've seen that before, and these are the colors. We've been kind of constrained with the colors, again, trying to create a neutral backdrop to allow artists to do murals and really use it just as a backdrop. And then, of course, some types of lighting that we can consider. And then I know we did want to take a moment to discuss the concern for the Dart Garden. And so we put this slide together. This is the existing garden. It's about 6,000 square feet. And it's really important to note that this is for Dart patrons only. You do need to purchase something from them to use that. For this project that we're proposing, we've got, if you look at the green and the blue, that is over 13,000 square feet of outdoor space that is open to the public. It's completely open and free to the public. And in that, there's about over 10,000 square feet of, again, public courtyards. There's a pocket park here. There's the corner here at the Weber Bakery. There's the courtyard here that relates to the Artist Collaborative, this internal courtyard, and then the loading dock as well. You know, in addition to that outdoor space, we, and you'll see it with Courtney's work, we are proposing this 2,500 square foot park that's open to the public on this corner. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here is this project has been for many years offering quite a lot, far more public outdoor space than required, and is at this point kind of instrumental to the architecture and the design. And if I could switch to the animation, please. We're going to start on Yenanali heading, here's Pallywine on our right, and we're coming up on Gray Street, and here is the brick building with the multicolored glazing. And then we're coming up on the alley that breaks those buildings apart, and the smaller scaled buildings that then step down to what is all outdoor space on all the levels, which helps also break down that massing. And there you can see the Michael Kate adjacent to us, the Michael Kate building, which is a tall one-story. And then as we kind of head down the street here, we're going to be looking into the alleyways. So you'll get a sense of how far we see in. When you can look into the parking lot and see all of the openings that go into the alley. And then if you look down this alleyway, you can see that we can see daylight on the other end. And then here's the other big alleyway. And the loading dock. And those are the corner windows that we're trying to express. And here's that corner park that Courtney will be discussing with you. The Weber Bakery walls that we're preserving. And then that large planter on the second floor that kind of transitions between what was original and what's new. our corner outdoor open space. And then here as well, you can look deeply into the courtyard that we're providing, public courtyard.
I'm sorry, we need to have comments, no comments right now from the audience.
And we're going to be coming to the end here, and I'm going to switch over to Courtney presenting her landscape design.
I'm sorry, this is not the time for the public comment. You'll have your time shortly. Let's let the applicant finish up.
Okay, let's see if I can do this in 0 minutes. Can everyone hear me through the mask? Okay, yeah, okay, good. Let's see if I can find my plans. They are in here, right? Oop, there we are. Okay, so in the interest of time, I will not present the tree protection plan. This has largely not changed from the previous iteration. One thing that did change was that we had our removals approved by the Street Tree Advisory Committee. That was in November of 2021. I'm happy to go through the details of this if there's any questions. And I know there are some concerns about the quantity of removals, so I'll go through that just real quick. So our totals are here. We have 23 on-site trees being removed. We have 25 off-site trees being removed. And for a project that encompasses a city block, that's pretty standard, but understood, it sounds like a lot. Okay, so since we were here last, we've made a lot of very positive changes to the design of the courtyards and paseos. One thing you'll notice is the, oh, there it is again. Gosh darn it. Okay, the blue squares. The hardscape patterning throughout, so we have actually revised that. It was oriented a different direction previously. In addition to that, we have added a significant amount of planted area. So I think that was a big comment that came out of the last review, is a desire for this to have more planted area, just literally more plants. So we looked very closely at that. And I think this property, this design is pretty unique because what we're trying to do is sort of marry an industrial character with a residential one, and provide a space that feels like it belongs in the funk zone. That can mean a lot of things to different people. For us, we interpreted it as a series of courtyards and paseos and lots of public open space and what I call little nooks, places for people to sit and meet a friend for lunch or have a coffee, etc. So I'm happy to walk through the design of each of these courtyards, but in the interest of time, I will not. I'll just kind of zoom in on a couple here. We have identified potential places for public art. That's a big part of this project, is supporting the arts. We've also added a number of fountains and kind of reconfigured the outdoor furnishings throughout. As Christine mentioned, one thing that we're particularly proud of with this project is this corner. This is city property. It's not part of our private property. And we've worked really closely with staff, and they're graciously allowing us to build this out. Right now it's parking and dirt and a collection of palm trees. What we'd like to do is implement a little plaza here. Right now, we're indicating stadium seating. This space could be used for anything, meeting a friend, performances. It's totally open, available. It also has this really wonderful connection to an existing walkway that connects to Garden Street and the waterfront. So we love that, it has that adjacency. Let's see. Just make sure I want to cover everything. Another thing that we did was add, like I said, a lot more planted area. We've implemented these vine cabling systems on many of the spaces between the buildings. And then I do have some statistics that I'd love to share with you, if I can find them. On-site ground level landscape area. So we have something around 9,000 square foot of planted area on the ground level. Upper floor is about 3,000. This is just planted area. All floors together, we have about 12,000 square foot of planted area. A big part of that is bioretention. So these are areas where the stormwater is directed to those planters, filtered through, and then either directed into the cisterns or elsewhere. We have almost 4,000 square foot of green roof area. And to address the tree removals, we have 140 proposed trees. That's on all levels of this project. So, despite the fact that we are removing a few dozen, we will be adding 140 new trees. And that's extremely significant for a property of this size. So since the last meeting, we've added about 53 trees to the design. I can walk through just quickly the upper floors. On these levels, the main changes consisted of, again, adding more spaces for people to sit, connect with each other, have a glass of wine or read a book. These are quiet spaces. We have raised planters, little fountains, enhanced paving, etc. I'm not using that pan. And then the upper floor here. So in terms of the plant palette, just briefly, we did take a lot of inspiration from the neighborhood, but also from the history of this particular part of Santa Barbara. So this area used to be part of the El Estero Swampy Marsh. So we just love the idea of kind of celebrating that. And in terms of the specific plants that we're using, we're really trying to use a lot more grasses and plants that are mostly green and have lots of texture. So we wanted to have this sort of multi-layered approach to get as much up and onto the buildings as we can to really give it, this sort of, I don't know how to describe it, but we talked a lot about this concept of even exploding plants. Like, you have these remnant properties where plants kind of grow through the cracks and are just kind of coming at you from every little nook, and that's really what we want to implement. So that's the idea with the character of the landscape. And I think that concludes my presentation, so look forward to your comments.
Thank you. All right, so now this is time we move on to public comment. So I do want to reiterate to everybody that our scope of review is limited. We don't have a say in the uses, the parking, the number of units, the water usage. A lot of these concerns are not germane to our review. So those are comments made best at the Planning Commission level, which will be the next meeting in front of a different review body. But we do want to hear comments regarding the aesthetics, so the design, the materiality, landscape, all of those elements is what we're interested in hearing from the public. So with that, we have, I believe, 20 speaker slips. Is that correct? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to group these into groups of 4, so I'm going to call out 4 names. And I would ask that those folks be ready to have your say here at the podium. And you'll each have 2 minutes. And then we'll call out the next 4. Okay?
Thank you, Chair Moore. First, I'll go ahead and acknowledge, though, that we did receive 164 letters of written correspondence, which was distributed to the board prior to the meeting. Next, we'll go ahead and go to virtual public comment and then move to in-person public comment. If anyone joining by Zoom wishes to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand now to indicate that you would like to speak, and I will call on you. So first, I have John Jorgensen. So we're sending you an unmute request right now, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I think I have said unmute. Hopefully that works. Okay. Thank you for the board for taking my comments. I have a residence on 208 Santa Barbara Street, so I am definitely interested in this project. The revisions to the southern Santa Barbara and Mason Street, I think, are much improvements from previous generations. My only comment about that would be the stadium seating, based upon what we've noticed at Metropolis, that you're going to need to have anti-skateboard something done so that the skateboarders don't cope along those edges. They will. Beyond that, I'd like to see the massing a little bit less on the northern end of the project, especially at Gray, in keeping with the fact that you cannot encroach on the residential quantity. The lower level is a commercial space, and as a result, that's an expensive one because of the hallway that's immediately to the east, and maybe consider opening that up as you have done on the other Santa Barbara and Yananali Street corner. Other than that, I'm a little bit concerned about the integrity of the presentation of the landscaping. A lot of these trees are down in light shafts that I don't think are going to be very successful as active plants and trees because of the height surrounding and the narrowness of the light available. And the other one was on the drawing on L 1.3 of the courtyard looking east, kind of near the silo. That depiction eliminates columns and overhangs and even a corner of the building, namely the bicycle parking structure, that misrepresent what that would look like. And I leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jonathan Duran. I have sent you an unmute request, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Again, my name is Jonathan Duran. I'm a representative with the Carpenters Union in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo County. For the comment itself, for myself, is like I said, this project is going to be wonderful through the funk zone. It's going to bring a lot of foot traffic, tourism through that area. It's already there, but it's going to really, really help this area out. On our end is just in the aspect of just having a process of the building itself, having these beautiful structures being erected through this area, like the Hotel California down the street, though it was built by skilled tradesmen and women that were a part of that project. So I know this is not the proper forum for me, but having a aspect of, hey, skilled and trained workforce, utilizing local people in the area to be able to build these projects, that's something that we are very passionate about, and we want to make sure that this upcoming project also includes that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Brett C. I have sent you an unmute request, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brett Carpenter. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara for 7 years since graduating UCSB. I took a look at the Santa Barbara Independent, which recently posted a a post on this matter. Typically, those posts get anywhere from 0 to 13 comments, and this one has over 150 comments. So I just wanted to, bring to attention the kind of community reaction that's ongoing to this issue. So I would ask that if you haven't kind of looked at those comments, there's 150. I took a look, almost every single one of them is negative. So I just kind of wanted to say that for myself, and I think for a lot of people out there, we don't feel that this is sensitive to the area and the kind of use and the kind of aesthetic that we want in this area. And I don't think that this is compatible with the neighborhood. And I think it's going to drive artists and other people in this community elsewhere. So I hope that that's considered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will go ahead and do in-person comment. I have received several speaker slips. First, I have Carol Eichler, and then after that, we'll have Brianne Norberg, Brian Miller, and then John Simpson. So it's the first group of 4.
And if I could just remind everybody to please speak into the mic for everyone.
We're going in that order that she called. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Carol Eichler. I'm representing Citizens Planning Association. This letter was written by Morel Brooks, the president of CPA. The project, I'll try to go fast. The project as presented is too large and completely out of scale for the area. It is not compatible with the existing historic and current neighborhood character. The proposed project is almost 3 times the maximum residential density, which is in addition to over 18,800 square feet of commercial uses. The massive proposed project blocks important public views of the mountains, creating urban canyons, and will block sunlight from existing streets and residences. The project exceeds height limits of, she says, 45 feet / 3 stories. The project is too tall for this site, will dominate the funk zone, and will be visible from throughout the city. This is not the right place to have 60-foot heights in such mass. The project as proposed displaces existing uses, including support for the important commercial fishing industry and affordable artist studios. Again, this will change the character of the neighborhood in ways that are neither good for our city nor for our waterfront. The project as proposed is underparked and will exacerbate the existing parking and circulation problems in the area, making the project incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The use of valets should not be used to compensate for underparking in design. In addition to the size, bulk, and scale being totally out of proportion for the neighborhood, the building is unattractive. There is no true Santa Barbara style, dignity, or handsomeness proposed. We believe your commission needs to convey this to the developer at this point in the process. CPA urges the commissioners to reject this current proposal and suggests that developers and architects try to come up with a project which is more compatible with the surrounding funk zone area. Thank you very much. Again, this was written by Morel Brooks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, please. Sorry, this is going to be a long meeting. We need to just keep moving through this if we could not applaud. Okay, who's next?
Next is Brianne Norberg.
Please remember to speak into the speaker as close as you can. Thank you.
Okay, not to reiterate totally to tiresome, but I basically reflect everything that she says. And then just feel that, in all honesty, if you take out all of the existing buildings, the murals, the artists and their art studios, you're going to be ruinous to the entire character and the appeal of this neighborhood, which has been so embraced by the Santa Barbara community. It would stamp the last of the funk out of the funk zone. It would be the final nail in a coffin that every one of us who has stakes in that neighborhood seeing being constructed slowly around us. So I'm not exactly like a complete dig hill type. I just feel like if there's somehow a redesign that chooses to spare some more historic buildings, the resident artists from being given the boot and the wrecking ball to the overall entirety of that block, while maybe still allowing for some more of the more open lots like exist along most of Gray Avenue and don't have any particular buildings in them. Maybe shrinking down only to residences that fill in that and getting rid of all the commercial stuff that takes away from everything that exists currently in the funk zone. So, yeah, just things to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Brian Miller.
God. So, I saw this project. My name's Brian Miller. I'm currently the chair of the Single Family Design Board. I've been on the design board since 2010. My opinion here does not express the design board, but I felt compelled to address something about this project. And the project itself is great, but it also addressed something about housing and how this city is under threat and under pressure by Sacramento bureaucrats to comply to housing. And we have to build 8,000 units in our city to comply to their quota. The issue, and this is an issue that constantly I bring up, is that Santa Barbara is not Bakersfield. Santa Barbara is not Clovis. Santa Barbara is not Santa Maria, and Santa Barbara is not Lompoc. We have our own peculiar issues, problems, and density standards and architectural guidelines that we follow that are unique to this city. But if you talk to a Sacramento politician and their arrogance and their self-righteous attitude, they don't care. You need to build 8,000 units. If you don't, they're going to take our city building department away from us. At least that's their threat. I kind of welcome that. I want to see what they do when they come down here and take over our building department and see what they're going to do. So this is, you know, the citizens of this city are getting pissed off. I mean, if you recall 711 Milpas Street, that project, and what reaction we got to that. So the beauty of our design boards is it creates a community to come in and be involved with their development. Santa Maria does not have a design board. Lompoc does not have a design board. Ventura does not have a design board. And because of that, the citizens have no say in how they can actually see their house, their community developed. So I just want to say that, and also these kind of units that are being built, do they truly satisfy making it more affordable to live here? And the answer is no. The only difference is, are we going to have a low density, highly controlled, well, not highly controlled, that's a bad word, but a community that is very concerned about the quality of life of this town, which is expensive, or are we going to have a town that's highly dense, very heavy traffic, and still be expensive? You will not lower the price of property. Is not predicated by volume. It's predicated by supply and demand. If you go to Manhattan Beach, they are so overbuilt down there. In fact, I designed a home down there for an in-law, and their density is, you should go down there and see how density, but the average price of a property that's like 50 by 100 feet is about $23 million.
Sorry, that's 2 minutes.
And I'm done.
Okay,
Anyway,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Simpson.
Thank you all for your time, for opening up this forum, for what apparently is a very important gathering of Santa Barbara souls, both offline and in the room. We own a business a block away from this proposed project called the Shopkeepers, and where at first blush I thought, wow, this will bring, you know, more action to the neighborhood and help business. As I see what's going on here, it really does threaten to radically shift the vibe in the funk zone that is already attracting so many people from out of town, our locals. It is, you know, it's hard to design funk. It's taken decades to get this sort of special character that's down there. And though I know the architects have done their best to, you know, integrate funkiness and open space, the open space that I'm seeing is not at all attractive. It's enclosed by, you know, 3-story walls, and It's just, it's a bit depressing. So, you know, I vote for a much harder look at this project. You know, one that takes into account the neighborhood in its entirety and doesn't rush its way into Redondo Beachland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have our next four, please.
Yes, our next four, we're going to have Mark Chitillo, Jenny Bruel, Ari Camp, and Ann West. First up, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Chitillo. I'm here on behalf of Keep the Funk, Inc. It's a neighborhood organization that's committed to protecting the character of the funk zone. There's a number of concerns that the community has about this project: the size, bulk, scale, its compatibility, and your board's ability to make the findings. Central to that analysis first is a representation, a physical representation. We submitted a letter requesting that there be a comprehensive story pole plan of the plan and representation of the project, so that the community could really understand what will be the effect and impact of this building, the 60-foot elements, as well as its perimeter around the sidewalks, to really feel what's there. The current story polling is very limited, with 2 strings and 1 pole, and it doesn't meet the standards that City Council adopted, and the community needs to be able to really understand the project. The second issue that I want to talk about is compatibility in the findings. Now, your board, your predecessors have not made any findings on this project, so we would ask that you keep an open mind as to the size, bulk, and scale issues. You're hearing from the community in a new way. We've seen considerable evolution of the funk zone over the last couple of years, and this is a cry from the community to ensure that the project that's approved here is one that does keep the funk, it does fit in the funk zone, and does not dominate the area as proposed. I need to take issue with one of the characterization by the city attorney representative here. She said you must accept the density. You must make the findings of compatibility. You must make the findings of compatibility. And in the coastal zone, there's recent legislation and cases that have addressed the balancing that you must make as an approving body to ensure that this structure, the project, fits within the guidelines, and you can make affirmatively the findings of compatibility that are required under the city's ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have Jenny Bruel.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak tonight. So I've lived on Gray Avenue since 2018, and I've, you know, over the last 2 years, we've tried to give feedback on this proposal, and we've voiced concern about the size, height, bulk, scale, and lack of setbacks, and the density of the project, and nothing much has changed. And so I'm sort of disappointed, and I know this isn't for you, but that the city is considering a development agreement without the neighborhood's feedback and concerns about this. The funk zone is a really unique, vibrant community. I mean, if you spend a lot of time down there, it's a pedestrian. We're not all industrial. We have trees, we have birds, we have rabbits, we have all kinds of things. And this big block development is going to take away all of that. And affordable housing is really important, I understand that, but I think it doesn't, the amount of affordable housing that we're getting doesn't necessarily warrant tripling the size and sort of destroying the character of the funk zone. So I get nervous talking, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ari Camp.
Good evening. My name is Ariana Camp. I have the pleasure of living and working and playing out of the funk zone. I've been a resident there the last 7 years, and I run a small business out of the funk zone. And if I can serve as just a local voice of someone that spends most of my time there and typically doesn't leave the 1 block radius that we've grown to love and build a community around, I would say that this project, while I appreciate incorporating aspects of what the funk zone represents, I feel that as a local, it completely deters people that have, you know, set their roots in that area. And it makes me sad to see this community, you know, fall to this kind of project. So I would say that it just is not in keeping with our culture that we've built. And had I known this meeting went so long, I would say we should have brought some of the local vendors to supply some bites and sips. But yeah, I guess I'm here to just say that I think this project could be a little bit more approachable and realistic and something that locals champion. But based off what we've seen so far, it does not feel that way. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ann West.
Hi, my name is Ann West. I live at 231 Gray Avenue. I'm a Santa Barbara native. And I wanted to let you know that USGS has determined that the epicenter of the recent earthquakes is at the Santa Barbara Cemetery. And Pearl Chase is rolling over in her grave once again.
Okay, thank you.
Our next group of 4, we're going to have Linda West, Erica Carter, Colleen Kelly, and James Rogers. First up, Linda West.
That's funny. Hi, I'm Linda West. I live at 231 Gray Avenue. I've been living there since 1997, and I've been a sculptor, welder in that neighborhood since the 70s, so I have roots that go way back. I'm also a native, like my sister who just spoke. I'm going to try to just go to the crux of it here. So I just wanted to bring up, because I'm a resident homeowner in that area, I attended a city council meeting in August of 1999 when a resolution 99-099 was voted on and passed. One of the concerns was the inclusion of an allowed building height increase to a 3rd story. This was discussed in depth, I remember that, and was reiterated that the allowance was only to alleviate the potential of a 2-story flat roof line. They thought that would be pretty ugly. Go figure. The intent of this change was to allow small 3rd-story architectural design elements for aesthetic reasons, but still allow for important view corridors. I never dreamed I would be here today discussing a project of this height and scale near the waterfront. Please keep in mind that the intended purpose of OC zoning was to, and I quote, maintain the small scale local character that is unique to the waterfront area. This proposed no-mo-funk project does not fit. If it gets the green light, what's next? This is the new starting point now. Developers looking to cash in are watching. This project will just invite proposals for more and bigger. This is not the waterfront Pearl Chase envisioned. Massively tall structures blocking out our sweeping views, our sunlight, waterfront skyline for all. The waterfront skyline is for all of Santa Barbara to enjoy, whether you live here or are visiting. If you will see this throughout the city, whether you're on APS or looking down from Loma Alta, this will be a massive presence and a sore reminder of how city planning can go so wrong in scale and aesthetics. Perhaps it's the right project for somewhere, but this location is not that somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Erica Carter.
Hi there. My name is Erica Carter. I'm a 2nd-generation Santa Barbaran. I know the area well. I grew up around it. I purchased a home there with my husband over 20 years ago. We opened Dark Coffee 5 years ago. I rent the studio on the corner of Santa Barbara and Yananali. I rented it originally from the Piscopes Casanola family. Married Episcopes Casanola. That's her garden. It's not the dark garden. And I have appreciated her garden and considered her every step of the way. I wasn't going to talk about the garden today, but I feel like there was a veiled threat about it being a private or a commercial garden that needs zoning. It is private property. It is not commercial. We invite our friends who are drinking coffee to sit in the garden. By no means is it only for dark coffee. We have people bringing in snacks from all over and picnicking in the garden. It does say the dark coffee garden. We tried to slow down the traffic a little bit. We are heavily insured for the people that are there. They are friends, they are family. There's no commercial business going on that property. It is private, and I share it, just like Mary did
for 70 years. I'm the only other person who's been in that house. Those are her trees. It's her garden. She had political meetings on that land. She had friends and family there. We're not doing any different. It has been there for a really long time. And it will break my heart, the community's heart, when we see it go. I appreciate that you guys, I talked to Neil, who often sits in that garden with his team and uses it and loves it. So I appreciate what you're doing with green space, but it's not enough. And the buildings are too big, and there's no parking. And we don't need any more restaurants, and we don't need any more bars. I mean,
I'm
people
sorry,
park
that's
in my
2
parking
minutes.
space. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Colleen Kelly. Ditto to what she said, okay? That is the greenhouse and the garden there and the Castagnola legacy, which is ancestral history for that area. It's fishing history. All of that little corner there, I am so proud of what they have done with that because they have enhanced the legacy there. And the Castagnola buildings are history that should be preserved. I'm shocked that's not a landmark. Okay, so aside from all that, if people could see proper story poles over there and proper visualization of the giant mass of concrete that will be there and the size and the canyonization and the it will be like a mountain in the middle of the funk zone. That's how big it is. I can read the elevations and I can read the plans, but I have a little bit of experience with that in my life. Most people can't. So if you put up better story poles, et cetera, maybe people will get an inkling, but even with story poles, you can see through. There's air. People just don't understand it until the place is built. Also, what a wonderful way to drive out what's left of the artists. Thank you.
Okay, please, everybody. Okay, next.
My name is James Rogers. I've been a Santa Barbara resident for about 15 years. I've been a resident of the Funk Zone for since 2019, the last 3 years. We made the decision to move to the Funk Zone exactly because of all the what you're hearing from the community. It's a really unique and special place, and if you spent any appreciable amount of time there, you know why people like to spend their time there. I think it's a reflection of just how important the area is to the community based on the number of public comments that have come in, 150 public comments, the number of people sitting in the room here today. And I think, to me, that was just with one little story poll about what's happening. I imagine the amount of feedback that the city would receive if the actual full representation of the project were to be put up, the amount of awareness that would bring to the size and bulk and scale of the project. And it was a bit disappointing kind of in the presentation to hear about the quote unquote public space that was going to be available. I mean, those are alleyways. People aren't spending time in alleyways, and we can add more trees into an alley, but they're not going to grow. This isn't where people are going to spend their time and put their energy. I was living in Isla Vista as a graduate student when the Loop project was developed, and I just see the same thing playing out here in the Funk Zone. There was this unique character of Isla Vista. It was marketed as this amazing development to students. People signed up. They were marketed based on the equity that Isla Vista had built up, and then they moved in and they were all kind of let down as a result of what it was versus what it was represented to be. And I just see that we're kind of headed on that course here, and I think you have an opportunity as artists to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next four.
Yes, our next four is going to be Brittany Zajic, Sherry Villanueva, Harry Bruel, and Piri Friedman. First up, Brittany, please.
Chair Moore, members of the ABR, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brittany Zajic, and I am a resident of the Funk Zone neighborhood. I would first like to acknowledge that today I am joined by over 150 who submitted written comments in opposition of the current Soma Funk concept. And I would like to quickly ask that everyone in attendance, either in the room or remotely via Zoom, in opposition of the project as it stands today, to please raise their hand. Today, I am asking that the ABR rejects the project as presented and direct the developers to come back with a redesigned concept that better keeps the character of the neighborhood by reducing the height, size, bulk, and scale of the project in a way that keeps the funk in the funk zone, protects important views of the mountains from the entire surrounding area, preserves the existing flourishing flora and fauna on site, and actually considers the now 2 years of feedback from the neighbors. As defined by the Santa Barbara Arts Collective, the Funk Zone, quote, is a unique Santa Barbara arts culture, business, and industrial district. Over the years, many artists have found creative freedom by carving out studio spaces in this funky area of the Santa Barbara, and so have wineries, restaurants, art galleries, and shops. As someone who has been involved in this project for over 2 years, I fundamentally disagree that the number of units, density, or parking are not for consideration by the ABR. This is not an appropriate site for high-density housing. The area is already underparked. There is not a grocery store nor school within the walking distance, and the city itself has noted that the site is going to be inundated by 2100 from only 6.6 feet of sea level rise. If the priority for your board and the city is housing, then the priority should be to make sure that the housing is compatible with the existing neighborhood and reflective of good design. Today, I ask the ABR to send this concept back to design in which neighborhood feedback and compatibility is prioritized and in return can be celebrated in a way that we continue to keep the funk zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Okay, next, please.
Hello, my name is Sherry Villanueva, and I am a local business owner. I own 7 restaurants currently in the Funk Zone. I have renovated 2 historic properties, adaptively reused them, both of them actually Castagnola properties. Went to great lengths and great expense to make sure that the reuse of those properties was in keeping with the neighborhood and protected the historic integrity of those buildings in every way that we could. I think that this project, we've heard a lot about the scale. I think that's overwhelmingly the biggest challenge, that we feel that this project does not fit into the character of the neighborhood. I also don't think that the design is going to work. The Funk Zone is known for its authenticity. That is the thing that makes it attractive to locals, to visitors. The Funk Zone is currently one of the most visited sites in the city of Santa Barbara for tourists coming in an economy that is desperately dependent on tourism activity. They come for authenticity. They come for grit and real. Faux industrial, faux buildings will not achieve the design character that we need in the Funk Zone in order to really be able to present something to locals and to visitors that meets that authenticity goal. And that, for me, I think is one of the biggest challenges that I have with this project, is it does not have that authentic character in the design and in the materials and in the development at all. I think it's very important also on the views. One of my businesses is directly across the street from this property. And, we will lose the sunshine, we will lose access to be able to even see. We can see where the beach is because we can see where the palm trees are. We will no longer have that access point and that point of view to be able to see what's around us with the shade, the shadows, and the complete blockage of everything. So I would encourage you to please go back to the drawing board and come up with something that is appropriate for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Piri Friedman, and I'm an artist in town, and I would like to try to inject a little bit of reality into 2 things. One is a neighborhood that's developed over time with buildings from all different periods cannot be replaced by something that seeks to use architectural cues, but it's all modern building, and it's obvious that it is. The next thing is that artists are not making $100,000, $200,000, $500,000, or whatever you might, we struggle along. We tend to be low income, if anything, we might move a little bit out of that into middle class. But when you're talking about so few, unless you're offering studios for people to work in that reflect what they're paying now, you're going to lose the funk out of the funk zone. And for that, I would just like to 30 seconds of this.
Okay, thank you.
I can't believe I have to follow that. Basically impossible. I'm Harry Brule. I live in the Funk Zone at 127 Gray Avenue. And I agree with almost all the comments that were said here about really the bulk of this project. This is a massive, massive project. 60 feet tall is huge. It's a bunch of one big building trying to look like a lot of little buildings. And I think you heard the authenticity comments about how that bulk can't really be packaged in a way that is not one giant big building. I do want to comment on a few things that haven't been raised. One is the parking structures, which they didn't talk about, but mechanical lifts in this neighborhood I think are really problematic. Low water table, very narrow, small streets that don't go anywhere. I mean, you see that it's just a circle, so all the cars backing up to get in and out of those. The few people that get a parking space, right? Most people live there don't get a parking space, so they're going to have to park on the street, which doesn't really exist. You know, I'd urge you to come down on a Saturday afternoon and find a place to park near there. Another one is the alleys. We heard a lot about the alleys. The alleys are really tunnels. You know, yeah, you can see through it, but you can't see up. You can just see through. And if you do look up, boy, you're looking a long way up before you see anything. So those alleys and those little courtyards have no sunlight. I'm not sure how the trees are going to go, but they're dark, narrow little passageways that are nothing like what exists now on the site. The last comment I'll say is sort of about the story poles, because the story pole, the one that's up in the corner is still in the wrong place if you look at the design. The pole in the very corner is still lower. And I don't understand how the developers, the first time they were put up that were wrong, didn't notice or didn't go check on them. I mean, I got it, you got a letter from your story pole installer that they were wrong, but you didn't go check or you didn't notice. But there seems to be an effort to sort of hide the bulk of this thing, to put very few poles, to put them in the wrong place, to use kind of funny ways to talk about it. So I think we just need all the daylight we can on this project and appreciate the tough questions I hope you guys will ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We actually only have one public comment speaker slip left. Apologies, it's hard to read. Is it Ken Sterling? Kai Sterling?
Okay, just for the record, I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning with a horse's head in my bed. That's a teaser that this is about balance. It's about balance. It's about being a parent. It's about being a community member. I've been here for 45 years. And it's interesting because someone mentioned the loop, and I was curious, and I spent some time in Isla Vista. And when I drove around the neighborhoods there, the neighborhood that looked the best, that was the cleanest, that didn't have the riffraff, was the loop. And when I go down to this area, and I look at these properties, and I look at the Wright property, Bordalazo property over across the street, there's a lot of unsavory stuff going on down there. And I see this project as a beacon done correctly. And by the way, I love your renderings. I think you've done a really good job on the look. And yes, it looks different, and it looks unfamiliar, and it looks like it's going to be a compromise for people there. For our community at large, I think this is going to be a great project. And I want my kids to be able to live here. I want them to be safe here. And I hope that other people in the community feel the same way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if that is everybody?
That is everybody. We have no more speaker slips.
Okay, so we can close public comment. We're going to move on to questions from the board members. So who would like to start? I'm looking down there at Mr. Whalen.
Sure, I do have a few, and I apologize if they come off as comments. Ms. Perrone, what percentage of the parking is actually mechanized stack? I know that's kind of a difficult question.
That's stacked for the commercial space, that's valet only, is for the restaurants. I don't know what the percentage is offhand, to be honest.
Can you recall the numbers, that versus the total?
No, not offhand.
All right then. Yeah. And on Gray Avenue, if you could zoom in on Gray Avenue, are there bulb outs and parking, parallel parking on Gray Avenue that are included in your count?
No, those are not allowed to be included in the count. The right-of-way parking is not in our count.
But they are parking.
We have added formalized parking along Gray Street. It's not formalized right now.
Very good. And then the valet parking is accessed off of Santa Barbara Street?
It is accessed off of Santa Barbara Street, yes,
All right.
and Mason.
And then, I don't know if your drawings show it, but when I really tried to drill down, I saw that the 60-foot height limit varied between elevation 3 and elevation 4. The only way we can make that point is if you can pull those up. I was wondering if you could resolve that for us.
I'm sure it has to do with what it's measuring, because on this side, you might have a height that is relative to this. You're talking about the 60 feet, but on the other side, you might be referencing a different building form. If we go to the fourth floor plan, I think it might be more clear, the roof plan. So if you're picking up a height that's here, the height is different than the height here, which is different than the height of this roof mass. I think that's what you're referring to, is
Well,
you're getting different
we'd
heights.
have to look at the elevations,
Right.
but I understand your explanation,
Okay.
not to belabor it. Let's see. And can you go to the ground floor plan? I have a question about the alley. On some of the drawings, it appears that on this one, it's there are openings to the public garage from the alley, and on other drawings, it's a solid wall. Which is it?
It is openings. I'm not sure which ones show solid.
It might have been the landscape plan, but thanks for clearing that up. And then what's really missing from the program, and I enjoyed the fly around, what we really don't know is what the interior spaces look like, the sections, elevations through those spaces. And I might suggest that the fly-through include some of that world that we don't see at all. Those are all of my questions, Chair Moore.
Okay. Mr. Olson.
Yes, thank you. You showed examples of murals on some of the buildings. Is it true that you are not including murals as part of your presentation or application?
That's true. At this stage, we won't. It will be later on when we are developing the project further. But that is the goal, to definitely include them.
We've been trying to develop some form of mural oversight, and we haven't done that yet, and we're still looking for some help from staff on that. But it is an area that I have concern about. move to open spaces, public spaces. I see that you have actually gone to some length to try to provide those. The concern I have is for safety, because it seems like a lot of them are inside and will be hard to maybe protect some people who are there late at night, or those people who want to be in there that shouldn't be in there. And just, have you given any consideration to how to handle that?
We have, yes, and like any kind of smaller space like this, definitely we'll be looking at some kind of on-site security, 24-hour on-site security, but to allow it to be used by the public was important to us.
Okay. You offered to describe a little bit more how those open spaces would be used and furnished, and I know you gave some attention to that, and did you fully describe those, do you think? Because I think it would be helpful to those of us here who are interested in how they might be used.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Olson. So I'll just walk around here. So Yannon Alley, this is the paseo that connects to the street along Yannon Alley. The whole perimeter of this project will include improved right-of-ways, by the way. So new sidewalk, parkway. You know, right now there's lots of different conditions. New street trees, etc. So this area in particular, we have, you know, enhanced paving, a couple of trees within tree grates, vine cables overhead, and we've indicated, you know, potentially movable cafe tables and then a built-in bench here. Hope the hand works. There it is again. Darn it. So same thing here. This is along Santa Barbara Street, and we have two paseo openings here. I'll show them both. So same kind of thing. In the downtown, I think it's the El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines, they have suggested dimensions for paseo widths. That's what we looked at closely when we designed these is, you know, this obviously isn't El Pueblo Viejo. This is a very different neighborhood, but we love this sort of sense of curiosity that those paseos in the downtown core imbue. So you may not be able to see all the way through, but your eye might catch on a fountain or a plant or something, and that kind of guides you through. I always think about El Paseo when I talk about paseos, specifically because it is unclear how to get through those buildings. But people do it, and you discover these beautiful courtyards. So that's something that we, you know, pay a lot of attention to when we work through our designs. We have 14 feet here and then 14 feet here on those openings. So internal to the buildings here, we have our artist collaborative space, and that connects very openly to this courtyard. We thought it would be nice to have more of a formal arrangement here of canopy trees and tree grates. We have done a lot of projects with tall buildings and courtyards with very successful planting that does grow in this environment. Understand the concerns with that, though. And then we have indicated, you know, potentially that there could be some kind of art element in the center here. We have an elevator tower, so we've got groups of taller, more narrow palm trees around that. And then bench seating is indicated in the pink. This is also open to the parking garage area on the left. So then walking through, we have another paseo that links kind of diagonally through the, through the property to our second courtyard here. And gosh, I'm going to do it again. This thing, I thought we fixed it. So this courtyard, you know, adjacent to our bike storage. So we had this kind of cheeky idea of having some kind of graphic or mural art here on the wall. that indicates, bike storage is here. But, the intent with these spaces is that they're flexible. We want to provide enough planting and, greenery around, indicate spaces for benches specifically, but that, the furnishings or, however they're used specifically is, can evolve over time. Water feature here. And then this is the repurposed silo. There's an existing railroad tie that we'd like to kind of celebrate and work with. And then we have indicated cafe tables here and this kind of off-kilter arrangement of planters here. And then walking up Mason Street, I think I did show this area quite a lot. But lots more planting here, biofiltration areas. The existing palms will remain and be some of them will be relocated. And then also adjacent to the artist studios here, we're calling this area the loading dock. That's literally what it is right now. There's lots of different uses happening there as well. Bike parking, planters, and bench seating, and then our cisterns. So hopefully that answered your question.
I think it does.
Thank you.
It's your intention that those will be maintained, even though the part that you've developed that belongs to the city would be maintained by the corporation or the owners?
Yes, by the developer, yeah.
And the tables and chairs and that sort of things?
Yep, hence the security.
Okay. So this is a very large project, as we're all witnessing. And it will significantly contribute to the gentrification of the funk zone, which so many people are recognizing and seeing. And specifically, I think it displaces practicing artists. And have you any idea, or did you make any attempt to replace the amount of units that you've displaced on the artists?
Thank you for the question. Yes, and I think you started to see it here with what was just presented to you with Courtney. There currently are artist studios that line that loading dock, and we are replacing those with, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here that will face out into the loading dock space. And then I'm afraid to use the hand. We added after talking with and meeting with some of the artists in the community and requesting, there was a request for more, so we carved out 2 more here. And then we also, in order to add additional, I think you have it, don't you? We added live work up on the upper floor. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artist live workspaces that can be accessed by this elevator, really a fluid flow up these stairs that kind of ties them to the artist studios down below and the artist collaborative, and clusters them into a little pod of artist live workspaces. And those are a variety of affordable and market rate living.
The live workspaces are affordable?
The artist live work, 1, 2, 3, 4 of those are affordable, capital A, moderate or low income.
All right. I guess this is a question. We can see how this project serves the need to bring housing to Santa Barbara, which everybody is agreeing we need. But I think what's happening, what we're seeing in the room is this question of how does it serve the people? And so I see you've given consideration to that in these public areas. And as far as layout is concerned, as you progress, I think that's of really high significance here, is how this project serves the kind of people who are in this room here. And I'm not sure that how you'll do that, and I see that you've given some consideration to that, but I encourage you to do what you can to.
Is that a question that I can answer?
Yes, I guess, are you willing to continue to try and find ways to serve these people?
Yes, and I guess I would step back when I started this project, and we as a team started this project, and we really analyzed the East Beach and West Beach residential opportunities. It is almost all luxury ownership type product. That's what's available, and there's very few lots available left in our beach communities to provide a much broader spectrum of housing that would include rental, low income, moderate income, middle income, market rate, affordable by design. And we realized that this is one of the few opportunities left. The others have been built out, and what you see not built out, many of those lots are prohibited from being residential. So we believe we're on the right track for providing for this community the type of housing it needs.
I would like to add to that, Chair Moore and Commissioner. I think the point that this project by right could have 57 luxury condos that would be ownership units, but instead is looking to add, real rental housing stock at affordable levels is also a way that we've worked with, trying to, understand that change is going to happen here at the site, and to understand that can be scary. But we're doing, doing the things that Christine has explained, I think is also beneficial.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Black, questions?
If I remember right from the previous meeting, previous meeting, you had some renderings that showed the project from off-site locations.
Yes.
I believe from Cabrillo, perhaps.
I have that available if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, there were some comments, public comments that people were concerned about blocking views and what have you. And also in that same vein, there were some comments about solar access, sunshade issues. It was going to affect adjacent properties in a negative way, and I was wondering whether you had any data or drawings that would address that.
Thank you for those questions. So this is the slide and it's also in the submittal package. And these we've shown you in the past and have worked with staff to analyze the site for any visual resource impact from a public viewpoint, and staff has requested these views. And so you can see it's exactly what you're saying, is that we're coming from the beach, and I'd have to zoom in here. And these were the requested views looking at the site. Here's the site, and here, and here. We actually provided this one in addition to the other two, just to show even if you get into the parking lot, how little you see this project. So here is existing, and you can barely see the project with from the trees that bound that.
Can you zoom in on that?
Zoom in on that.
Sure. So there it is peeking up a little bit, and you can see it a little bit there. And from this vantage point, which is right here, that's kind of what you're seeing. Right there and right there. And then from the corner. And you can just barely see, there's that bit of curved roof that you can see beyond in here. And so with that, I know staff has determined that we do not have any visual resource impact. Oh, and then the other question.
Sunshade.
Sunshade. Typically, that would be done if it was required, if there was a residential zoned property adjacent to us. This is all commercially zoned properties. It's not a requirement to study the shading on their properties.
No further questions.
Wester 6?
Just one question. I was wondering what your strategy on the story poles was. Why you picked what you did and why there wasn't more and so forth. What was your thought and story you wanted to communicate with what you did do?
I can answer that, Chair Moore and Mr. Six. During the negotiation period of the term sheet for the development agreement, there were several discussions that we talked about in terms of height, number of stories, density, the affordability levels, and number of units. And the other part of that was the story pole request, as it was noted in the record last time. And ultimately, we decided that the story pole placement, I believe they represent the highest elevations on each edge, in addition to additional signage and elevations and the visual aid that Christine put together, the flyover would be sufficient. So it was through that process that we had a smaller story pole plan. In addition, story poling the whole site would really be an impediment to all the tenants that are there.
That's it? Sorry.
An impediment to the tenants that are there.
Okay.
Chair Moore?
Yes.
I just want to clarify or make sure that Vice Chair Six understands the answer that I gave, and because I mentioned it, that for state law, you can't reduce density below what the base density is. I want to be clear. This project has a greater density than what it's currently zoned for. Staff was supportive of it because it does provide 155 residential units, but I want to be clear that you understand what the state law is.
So we would step on the understood limitations we have on evaluating and challenging the number of units of a project unless we get below the base density. Is that correct? So if we have the amount of units required by base density, then if we require the base density number, then we're not challenging any of the mandates from.
Well, keeping in mind reducing the project could trigger that, anything that reduces action that would reduce it, yes, down below that.
Below
and also,
the base density.
yeah, but keeping in mind also that there's under state density bonus law, they can get above that. We utilized this development agreement instead of using state density bonus law. So you can get above.
So the number of units represented now are equal to the base density plus the bonus densities and all of that?
No, Commissioner Six. Currently, the proposed density is well above what state density bonus would allow.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. Okay, can you remind us, and specifically me, of it's on the existing covered parking that you said you were keeping. Is that being retained, or are you putting in a whole new area where the artist studios currently are? Is that a whole new structure?
It is not a new structure.
Okay.
We're reusing, we'll have to dismantle it, preserve it, safely preserve it, because we want to keep that texture and rust and everything.
Okay.
And then we'll reinstall it.
At the same height and everything?
I think it's, I think
feels
it's a little
lower.
lower. I think it's a little lower, if I remember right.
Yeah. Okay. And then did you consider doing that with any of the other existing structures on site besides the silo?
We I love Quonset hut myself, but they were too far gone. We didn't see those as being preserved. The other ones are cinder block buildings. There's none of them reached a historical level of value.
Sure.
And we didn't see that as anything other than the ones that we selected as being the most important parts of this site.
Okay. And then can you remind me why one of the massing is at an angle?
That was a long time ago I did that. It's at an angle. One, it did create interest on the site, and it is a little bit of a surprise, so I think it created interest. It also helped orient the project towards views, which, everybody, of course, would like to have views, so it was done kind of for that, and then that then naturally kind of created that form, if that makes sense.
Okay. And was there any consideration to adding a program along the paseos for more public use?
There has been. This has been a real balancing act. This project does not get any kind of parking zone of benefit. We have to park every square foot. So basically, every time you see a parking space, that is equal to the amount of usable commercial space we can have. Which is unfortunate, but it's the reality in the coastal zone. And so we've had to balance wrapping the site and hiding the parking garages with real usable space, and then internalizing what we could. We did the industrial art space that you see. We did definitely locate some of the residential uses to the courtyard to really try to enliven this space. And if we go back in time to when we first envisioned this project, our goal, and you'll be seeing this as we move along, is those parking garages are not intended to be just bland parking garages. We've always seen these as art opportunities, so that you'll feel as passionate about walking through that parking garage and flowing through all of those openings into the paseos as you would any other place. So we see that as an activation.
Okay. And then can we zoom in to the Yananali Gray Street corner? The hallway behind the small store, is that required by code?
No, it's not required by code. It was just the initial thinking about with these small stores, giving them an access to restrooms that are keyed. So it's often done so that you can internally get there. That may evolve as we move forward.
And has there been any study to the same corner of relieving at the street level with possible landscaping between the building and the sidewalk?
Along this edge?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that question. I think the streetscapes were all in keeping with the pedestrian master plan requirements. And you can see the property line there. So, in this configuration, that'd give us maybe 18 inches or down to 12 of planting, which we have done. You can see there's a little pocket around the Gray Street side of the cafe. But generally, we felt like this part of the streetscape wanted to feel more like having those little bits of planting were not effective.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how else to explain that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And
Sure.
Here we felt like it didn't.
Okay. I would just follow up on that. We wanted to, again, we're trying to balance that level of landscaping and greenery with also a more urban street line expression of some of these buildings. So it's been a balance between those two goals.
Okay. And then does this project provide any public bike parking, or is it all for the residences?
Yes. See if I can find it without using the hand. Okay, so bike parking here, we have 8 bikes on the right and 4 on the left. And I believe we have So this corner, we have 6 bikes here, and then another 10 here. There's 2 here, and I think that's it on the site level.
Okay, thank you. And another question, this will probably come in the next round of evolving plans, but have you considered all of your utilities and transformer and solar panel locations and mechanical units?
Yes, thank you for that question. You'll see them identified here. There's we've been working with the dry utility consultants, at least knowing where we need them, the number, and at this stage we have one identified here, and then one is identified here. It's underneath a string of dimensions there. And again, from the very beginning, we'll be using these as art pieces to hire artists to paint these, celebrate them, integrate them into the project, not try to reject them or hide them.
Okay, and then last question. In your opinion, do you consider this all one architectural language, or do you feel like you have multiple languages that you're pulling together and marrying?
I think it's a few different languages that we brought together that celebrate this kind of, celebrate an industrial type history of different eras. And I think there's a number of images in the package showing gravel elevators, showing, there's this fantastic book called Typologies that photographs all of these types of buildings. And so we think that we're keying off of those in interpreting them into this design building. I would never pretend that we're going to try to replicate or replace or be a building that's 100 years old. I don't believe in that. But I do believe in reinterpreting these styles and giving them new life in these types of projects.
Okay. All right, those are my questions.
Okay, thanks. Just have a couple of questions. So, noticed there's a few spaces in the project. There's one that's labeled industrial. Is that
Correct.
What is that?
Right here. And that, Heidi, you can maybe refresh my memory. The zoning designation for this allows for some types of uses, and we're calling it industrial, and I think it is geared towards people who are doing, it was jewelry and, do you remember the?
I'm not remembering right offhand, like artist-related.
Artist-related type uses is what that was for.
I see.
Yeah, so it could be a pottery, that's what's allowed. I think it's on the cover sheet of what is allowed.
Okay.
But the Coastal Zone Act does want to see these be relevant to the coastal zone.
Okay. Are there other spaces like that throughout the project other than the art studios?
It really is the art studio and the industrial, and I don't think anything would prohibit. Heidi, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think anybody would prohibit this being used as industrial as long as the parking was accommodated.
Yeah, that's correct. Residential would be prohibited on the ground level, by the way.
Right. Okay. And then as we move up through the floor plans, is everything else residential as we go up, or is there any other of those components?
It goes to residential except for the artist live-work pod that we've created here, and all of this is residential.
Okay. And then can you point out, so on the, I guess,
Would you be able to
south-
speak into the mic? Sorry.
I guess on the south elevation, the upper levels of that bowstring shape that you have, what's those? So those are apartments as well up there. Is that right?
So these are apartments here,
Yeah.
and that will be volume space there.
So those are double height spaces.
They could be double height spaces. It depends on how we end up constructing this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, so part of, or one question I have for you, Ms. Miller, is the landscaping. The architecture seems to be trying to use different styles or different colors, different shapes, sizes, things like that, as a way to try and blend it into the neighborhood somewhat. The landscape design is kind of consistent throughout, right? Same paving patterns, same palette, etc. Did you consider trying to vary that design to specific zones in order to try and mimic some of the architectural styling that's going on? And was that?
Thank you, Chair Moore, for that question. Yes, we looked at that initially. It started to feel too frenetic. We had identified certain areas with different paving patterns. Initially, I think the loading dock was different the last time you saw it. And we kept getting back to needing something to unify, all of these different spaces. So, yes, we did look at that, and we've moved away from it. In terms of the plant palette, I think there's a lot of different directions we could go with that. Right now, we have one unifying palette. We don't intend to implement different palettes in different courtyards. Again, because we felt like, that wasn't what we were feeling was appropriate.
Okay. And then I think this question kind of gets at kind of the larger picture, but some of the comments from the public have to do with sort of that loss of authenticity and things like that. And I wonder if you guys have interacted with the city at all regarding the sidewalks and the curbs and all of the things that once in place will make this perfect relative to the neighborhood. And is there an opportunity to vary some of that perfection to try and get back to a little bit of what the current state is? Obviously, you can't have, tripping hazards and things like that, but is there a way to vary the sidewalks, vary everything to try and bring some of that fabric into this, and then allow that fabric to kind of spill inside of the project as well, and kind of allow some of that to creep in?
I know Courtney's writing, so I'll start, but you can jump in. That's where we started. That was definitely always our intent to do that. And I think in the process of working with transportation and other departments, we've been definitely pushed to this more standardized approach. We would happily work to break that down. Is that?
Yeah, I'd reiterate that. I think most of you know what it takes to get things approved through the different departments. It's quite a challenge. But yes, if we can preserve, chunks of concrete and use them for a bench, or, literally anything that's there that exists today that we can work around, that's the intent, if we can do that with honesty.
Okay. Okay, I guess those are my questions. I had sort of a question/comment, but I'll save that. Any other follow-up questions before we get in? Oh, Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
Yes, one clarification perhaps from staff and Ms. Barone. Did the story poles get changed?
Yes, they were revised. They were taken down as soon as we realized that they were mistakenly put up. I was currently in the process of realizing that when we heard from one of the neighbors.
I missed that detail.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to comments. Who would like to start? Is there a way to turn the AC down?
Unfortunately, the person who is in control is not at the city, so it's kind of a citywide thing. So we tried opening up a window. That didn't work. I think it made it worse. Apologies.
Apologize, everybody. Freezing. Mr.
No, and yeah, no, unfortunately not. It's fake.
Okay. 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 All right, Vice Chair 6, lead us off.
Yes, I so resonate with the public speakers on this project and the impact it will have on that community. And my heart is with that and have those same sentiments. But, and I think you can sense from the questions that were asked that, you know, this is, those items, those aspects that you are concerned about are not the purview, and the board does not have the tools to address those. I mean, we don't determine land use. We don't determine the amount of development over preservation of existing items. We don't deal with gentrification. We don't deal with removal of existing amenities. We don't deal with density, parking, type of housing units. We're an aesthetic board, and we deal with what is in front of us. And we can't, and we also have limited tools on how much we can reduce the proposed mass of a project due to the housing concerns and to the rights of the property developers. And so we have studied this project and moved it along with the tools that we've had to work with. Those tools are about materials, massing, architectural elements, the physical aesthetics of this project. And in my view, the applicant has done a significant and acceptable project here, given the limitations that we have. They have, with our encouragement, they have manipulated the massing to reduce the apparent mass, bulk, and scale of the project to standards that are acceptable by this board on other projects. Granted, and done I think, a remarkable job in providing interest. Granted, the materials and expressions are not going to ever be authentic, but I think that the languages and the materials and the forms and the ins and outs, the fenestration and so forth, is a great, interesting, is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. So I am, as I have before, is supportive of this project with the tools that we have and those issues the public arise about, again, you know, the removal of precious amenities and so forth. There's something that needs to be addressed at Planning Commission and ultimately at City Council.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Anderson, would you like to go?
Sure. I think the biggest concern I have is along Yananali Street and the size that's abutting right along the sidewalk. I understand that's consistent with urban settings. I think this project could benefit, if possible, flipping some of the commercial space to the paseos and actually using those spaces. I think it could benefit from if possible, introducing landscaping between the sidewalk and the face of the building. That being said, you could remove the hallway and maybe push it back, although I also understand the bathroom situation. Speaking to the architectural style, I think it's going to come down to detailing. I personally struggle with the brick and making it look like its own little cityscape in a block. So I guess I would encourage like studying treatment of brick, treatment of materials, the detailing, how they interact with each other. Maybe each building has a consistent language. I think you were introducing that already with fenestration and concrete or brick headers and sills. Yeah, those are my only comments right now.
Okay. Mr. Black, would you like to go?
Yes. I really don't have anything to add except, I certainly agree with Mr. Six's comments. There's only so much that this board can provide, and I think most of the comments that I've heard from the public today are probably best directed at Planning Commission, frankly. And, again, our purview has to do with the aesthetics of what we have in front of us, and I can't fault anything that I've seen from this design team. But again, I think I said this in the very first meeting that we had, it really boils down to materials in my mind. If there's any authenticity to be had, I think it really comes down to materials. But frankly, I have faith in this particular design team. I think they're talented, and so I think moving forward, and I'd welcome, obviously, members of the public to attend future meetings and provide input relative to what is being shown to us, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson?
I think that the attention that's been focused at trying to create or save or establish the funk zone authenticity, I think, is worthy. And as you progress with this, I hope you give as much attention to that as you can. Chairman Moore's suggestion of curbs and streets and sidewalks is a place that you can focus on that. The other area that I have, and this has to do with my own personal interest as an artist, is that I know that this developer owner is interested in the arts. I know he supports the arts. And I hope that consideration continues to be given the artist in this, because this is what has built the funk zone. And I believe that there will be chances as you continue your development to make that a consideration as you go forward. And it seems to me that you will get support from your owner-developer on that. I have some concerns about the safety of the public areas, the interior public areas. And lastly, as you develop those, as you think more about murals, I hope that we get some chance to work with the staff as to how we might develop those. I have thought in the past that they probably aren't a part of this, what you bring before us, is that the murals might be actually be approved by and monitored by something other than this particular board. And so, but they need, they are an important element, but they need care and oversight, and and I don't think you can count on us as being the place where that is aptly done. Those are all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whalen?
My apologies for being a bit scattershot here to go over my notes, but I do appreciate the incorporation of existing elements that build upon this idea of the funk zone. But it is an invented history, and it has a Disneylandish quality to it that is kind of hard to pull off. Now, good Imagineers from Disney could carefully age portions of the buildings to bring out these qualities. I will be looking for that because from the beautiful drawings, it all looks brand new, even though it's not supposed to be. So there's this conflict going on. Another conflict that really disturbs me about this project is the interior doesn't match the exterior at all. We don't know what the interior looks like from what I can tell. There are lots of long, dark corridors. These public spaces don't really amount to much. The amount of natural light that is going to penetrate, I'm extremely dubious about some of these public spaces that have plantings in them that they would even survive. So there's this Escher-like quality to these interior spaces that seems highly unresolved, and I would like to see more of what that life is going to be like for apartment dwellers in there. We just don't know anything about it. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh yes, that spectacular euphorbia, Miss Miller, that's in front of the green. I would really like to see that reincorporated as a tribute to the past. It's a tens of thousands of dollars specimen that I think would be well worth not only the history, but its own value to incorporate it in the site. For those of you who don't know, that's next to the green building, cactus-like looking plant. And then finally, to reiterate, the courtyards and paseos are decidedly smaller and less charming than those we find in the city of Santa Barbara. And that's really just because of the density of the site. So I would argue that size, bulk, and scale of the interior, I can't find that compatibility. Now, I know that in general, those are supposed to look outward to the neighborhood, but in this case, I'm looking inward. Thank you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. My own comments, to pick up where Mr. Whalen left off, I think the paseos need, additional study. I think right now when I look at them, I'm struggling to find a reason why somebody would walk in off of the Gray Street Paseo down the side of the parking garage to that interior space. And I know you're really struggling with the number of parking spaces and versus your commercial areas, but I think a reshuffling of space or some sort of reconfiguration just to try and draw people into the project would be, I think you'd be much more successful with a different configuration there somehow. And again, I know you're pressed for what you can do, but I'm just struggling with that aspect of this. I feel like what's now the loading dock or loading zone, I think isolating that from the street with the sidewalk is really unfortunate. I think there's a huge opportunity for that space, seeing that it's fronted by, or it's all those artist studios are fronting that space. You can imagine a way to use that that covered space more effectively. And, you know, why can't it open out onto the street? Rather than having a standard curb, could it not have a rolled curb or something like that to allow, you know, for multiple functions during that space? People could roll things in there, use it, display things. You know, it could be a great marketplace, you know, sort of, you know, occasional marketplace. Why not open that out onto the street? I've always had a little bit of trouble with taking the bottom off of the silo building. I think that's unfortunate. So if there was a way to still utilize that as the stair, but, you know, at the very least have the majority of that silo building remain. Yeah, so, yeah, I understand, but, and then let's see, the south elevation, I've always had trouble with the bowstring elevation. It just, because it's, you know, so tall, that really strikes me as just an odd configuration for that particular piece of the project. Which is why I kind of asked, like, what's going on in that area. So it sounds like there might be some wiggle room to change the height of that a little bit, which might help bring that proportionally down. And then I would strongly urge that the landscape be modulated somehow so it's not a consistent look throughout the project, as well as try and bring some of that grit and interest from the neighborhood into the project. And please, you know, work with city staff on the sidewalks, see what can be done to try and maintain some of that, the quote-unquote charm that's there. And I think as a board, I think we're all in alignment on that aspect of it, that, you know, with some pressure from us, maybe we can assist in that way. So those are my comments. So, question for staff: what is next for this project? Where is it going?
Chair Moore, the next step is Planning Commission.
Okay. So they're looking for a motion from us or comments at this time?
I believe it would be a motion, and if you feel that it's ready, then it would be a motion to continue it indefinitely to the Planning Commission.
Okay, well, let's have a little discussion about that. I mean, at this point, because there's a development agreement on the table, it seems like, and this is also a question for staff to involve you, it seems like that's the appropriate place for it to go to get their feedback.
Chair Moore, there are a couple things going on. The applicant's intent was to take the project along with the development agreement. So there would be an option to just take just the development agreement to see if Planning Commission and City Council are in agreement in terms of the density and overall development, and then to address these details. But at this point, the project is moving as a whole. So I would say, given that, you would treat it like a typical development project that goes to the Planning Commission.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I would have a discussion going on. What would the applicant prefer at this time?
What we'd like to do is go to Planning Commission.
Okay.
And even with your comments, your concerns about the project, I think we would get a lot out of it, not just talking about the development agreement, but letting them see the project as well, so that we're not fine-tuning with you, and then we go to them and find out we've got a flaw. So our request is for your comments to Planning Commission and let us proceed.
Okay, and that would also be an excellent opportunity for the public to continue their interest and comments at that time. Okay, so I'll make a motion for continuance to the Planning Commission with the following comments, and I'll need everybody's help to get there. So I would carry over our comments from our previous motion, and we can put those up if we need to. We can.
I think you already are aware of this, but I just want to make sure you understand, Planning Commission also went and looked at those story poles, so
Right.
that's a concern.
Right, obviously we would eliminate item 1, and then I would add, I personally would remove item 5 and replace it with study the proposed landscaping and provide potential variety in the overall landscape treatment throughout the site. Incorporate more neighborhood defining characteristics within the hardscape and landscape. Then number 6 would be applicant shall study along with the various city departments options for varying the treatments of the sidewalks, curbs, parkways, and parkway landscaping, so that the aesthetic is more in line with the surrounding neighborhood. And then number 7, applicant to study a rearrangement or reapportion of the commercial spaces so that the proposed paseos would have greater commercial area. And I'm gonna add that the applicant shall study the south elevation, and particularly the heights, in order to reduce those to the extent possible. South. Okay, and then I'll take any other comments. Oh, yeah. Then I think, are we on number 8 at this point? Okay, 9. Okay. Applicant shall restudy the design of the loading dock area, or the formerly known as loading dock area, and provide options for greater public access, potentially removing the sidewalk and opening it up to the street to facilitate greater public use.
Is there anything that we can add that we do support? And I think there are things that we should include.
Okay, well, comment, item number 2 still stands.
And you would add
Nothing to that?
Do you feel we need to?
Well, I think there's been criticism of materials and fenestration, and I don't hold that same feeling about that criticism. I think that there has been a lot of consideration given to those choices, and I personally have some support for them.
Okay, well, item number 3 is also still there.
Okay, all right.
Chair Moore?
Yes.
If I may, I think it would be helpful for the Planning Commission if you could also, in that, discuss the project compatibility findings. I think Mr. Russell can pull that up for you.
I'm not ready to do that yet. I'm sticking by the what we've got there on comment number 2.
Chair Moore, if I could just respond to that. We do need that communication to the Planning Commission. That is a requirement. It doesn't mean you need to make each finding and say that it currently works, but you need to comment on it.
You don't have to, you can say that it doesn't meet the findings. It'd just be helpful if we could go through them.
Well, if somebody wants to second my motion, they can help me.
I'll second
work
it.
through that. Okay. Seconded by Olson. Can you help the project work through these compatibility findings? Okay. You want to take a crack at it? And let's be specific on how it does or doesn't.
Well, number one, I believe it is consistent with the design guidelines. I think the question of compatibility with the character of the city and the neighborhood, which is the funk zone in this case, I believe it is. And I think that it speaks to that they are distinctive of Santa Barbara, and this isn't old Santa Barbara. This is funk zone Santa Barbara, and there is a difference, and it seems to me that it meets those. I don't know where to go with the size, bulk, and scale. It's a very, very big project. However, to accomplish the housing that's desirable, size matters.
And I would say that the project pushes the bulk of its mass towards the center, away from the edges.
Yes, it's true. And that's an area we could support.
Yes, correct.
It is sensitive to the adjacent landmarks. And in this case, landmark is the funk zone. Public views of the ocean mountains are affected, but they're going to be with a project of this size. I don't know how we can say they're not. I think there has, as to number 6, I think that the open space has been considered here. They've reached out where they could. I think the fact that they've commandeered the piece that the city owns is important, and that's helpful. I still hold some reservations about them because of their size and where they are on the inside, and the optimism that green things are going to grow in there, and whether or not that can happen. So, and I have concerns about the safety of it, but it has to be said that the consideration has been given to that.
Well, I think we can say that the consideration has been given, but we have concerns about the location, quality, et cetera.
Yep.
We still have concerns.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I help out here a little bit?
Please.
Can we go back to number 1? So it's consistent with the design guidelines, the guidelines established for this location. It's not consistent with the more delicate and funk qualities of some of the area, but it is consistent with the design guidelines. It's number 2, it's compatible with the architecture character of the city and the neighborhood. It is compatible with, again, the larger buildings that surround it. Again, it's not compatible with some of the more delicate elements of that neighborhood. I could say the same thing for the appropriate size mass open scale. Given the program and the goals of the program, it is of appropriate size and has been manipulated to, as best can, reduce the apparent mass open scale. Number 4, there are no adjacent landmarks. The funk zone is not considered a landmark or a historic resource. So there are no adjacent landmarks or historic resources that are affected by this. Number 5, public views are meant to be delineated specific gathering points, and there are no, as indicated by staff, there are no public views affected. And number 6, I think you're appropriate to have concern that the project's is still challenged with the appropriate amount of open space and landscaping given the size of the project.
It's
Okay.
definitely old school as far as this having historic resources and adjacent landmarks. I think it does. So
Those are defined by
Those are defined.
by the city. So.
That is history. That is history.
Okay, well, Mr. Olson, would you accept Vice Chair Six's reading of the compatibility findings?
yes.
Okay, I would too. So if we can include those in the motion, that'd be good. Could we read the motion back?
Chair Moore?
Yes.
Excuse me, before you move on, there were several comments about interior elevations. Is that something that you wanted as part of your motion?
Well, I think at this time, I don't know that we need those right now. I think as we move forward in the project, obviously you'll return with more information and that area. Was there anything else on that list that I missed?
Chair Moore, and it was just on my notes over here, and I don't know if it was what you were trying to say, but Mr. Whalen had mentioned it's kind of a fly-through of the interior
Oh, I see.
spaces, so I didn't know if you all wanted to consider that as part of your motion to see that specific element.
Okay, so I would add that it would be helpful to be able to have a visualization of standing in those courtyard spaces and looking up to see what can be seen.
Acceptable to the second.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I didn't understand your comment on manipulating the commercial areas and the interiors to do what?
I guess the goal with that comment was to encourage the applicant to rework the layout of the commercial spaces and/or artist studios so that they are a little bit more a part of the paseos instead of paseos not really having any activity in them, so potentially not being particularly inviting to the public. Does that make sense?
Yeah, could you add to that? Manipulate them to find areas to increase the size and widths of those interior open spaces? I mean, if they can reduce some of them or relocate them to...
I think I'll leave that to
Okay,
them to
fine.
study.
Fine, thanks.
Okay. So if we could read that back.
Thank you, Chairman. I will do my best. All right, so this will be continued indefinitely to the Planning Commission with the following comments. We'll be carrying over comments from the previous motion with the removal of 5 and replace with study and proposed landscaping and provide potential variety in the overall landscape treatment throughout the site and incorporate more neighborhood defining characteristics in the hardscape and landscape. Number 6, applicant shall study along with various city department options for varying the sidewalk, curbs, parkways, and parkway landscaping so that the aesthetic is more in line with the surrounding neighborhood. Number 7, the applicant is to study the rearrangement or reapportion of the commercial spaces so that the proposed paseos would have greater commercial areas. Number 8, the applicant shall study the south elevation, particularly the heights, in order to reduce those to the greatest extent possible. Number 9, the applicant shall restudy the loading dock area and provide options for greater public access, potentially removing the sidewalk and opening up to the street to facilitate greater public use. And then number 10, it will be helpful for the applicant to provide the visualizations of the courtyard spaces looking up.
All right, it's going.
And then the board finds the compatibility analysis generally have been met with comments. The design of the projects is consistent with design guidelines applicable to the location of the project within the city, but inconsistent with the funk zone area. The design of the project is compatible with desirable architectural qualities and characteristics that are distinctive of Santa Barbara and of the particular neighborhoods surrounding the project. In the funk zone, it is compatible with larger buildings, but not compatible with the delicate elements of the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulks, height, and scale are very large. The project pushes the bulk of the mass to the center away from the edges, which is an area the board can support given the program and the goals of the program. It is compatible size and has been manipulated and reduced. There are no adjacent landmarks. Public views are meant to be limited to specific gatherings, and there are no public views affected. And there are concerns about the location and quality of the open spaces given the size of the project.
Excellent. On the public views, it's specific gathering locations. And then at the first sentence, you mentioned that the criteria has been generally met. I would say provisionally met.
Provisionally?
Yes.
Chair Moore, we're carrying forward 3 and 4, correct? Can we have the existing up? Can we have the previous comments up on the screen? Okay, so how are we going to deal with the story poles and
Well, we've struck that.
We've struck it, so we
Struck
are.
one. We're keeping
we are-
2, 3.
Wait.
4.
Story poles are a dead issue, correct? As far as this board's concerned. Okay. Number 3, I thought we had a lot of positive, oh, sorry. I'll skip to 4. We had a lot of positive movements in this last presentation about the glazing. And I think, does it still require more? I think we should say that it is moving forward. It's to continue further refinement. It's looking good, but further refinement is needed.
Let's say it has moved in the right direction, but further refinement is needed.
Correct. And then the material palette is, number 3, the material palette is generally acceptable. I think we should introduce our idea about authenticity and say
Pursued.
that we appreciate the attempt and look forward to further pursuit of authenticity and character generating, funk zone character generation.
Okay.
Approval is second.
All right, any other discussion?
Do we want to read that again, that part of it again that we've just changed?
Yeah, if we could read the previous motion points that we've edited.
Thank you. So we'll be removing 1 and 5, and then changing 3 to the board appreciates the attempt and looks forward to the pursuit of authenticity and character and funk zone generalization. And then,
Hold on.
yes.
Sorry, it's about the material palette.
So how do you want to say it?
So just keep the first sentence and then add the second refinement.
Okay. Number 3 is changed to the material palette is generally acceptable. The board appreciates the attempt and looks forward to the pursuit of authenticity and character and the funk zone characterization.
Good.
Okay.
Then number 4.
And then number 4, the glazing has moved forward, but continuing refinement is needed.
No, I still intended that glazing is consistent with the vernacular found in the area, and then add the new language.
So then it will be the glazing is consistent with the vernacular found within the area, but requires more refinement in terms of size and patterning. It has moved forward, but continued refinement is needed.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Approval is second.
Okay.
Just for our, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just for our clarity, we were unclear a little bit on what we heard back, read in the findings and what was said. We would really appreciate if we could provide more in this section.
Okay, if we could hear that.
Thank you for allowing us.
My apologies, is this in reference to B of the compatibility analysis findings? Correct. Okay. I have the design of the project is compatible with desirable architectural qualities and characteristics that are distinctive to Santa Barbara and of the particular neighborhoods surrounding the project in the funk zone. It is compatible with the larger buildings, but not compatible with the delicate elements of the neighborhood.
I think that was my intention. Did I mention something else in the number 1? Also in that regard?
No, for the first in the compatibility analysis, we have the design of the project is consistent with design guidelines applicable to location of the project within the city, but inconsistent with the funk zone area.
No, the guidelines are beyond and above funk zone particulars, so let's just drop that last bit. Thank you.
We will second.
Okay. I think we're ready. Should we take our vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I will go ahead and take the roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
No. And specifically because of the compatibility findings for number one, for number 2 and 3, if you could put those up. I mean, this is a neighborhood within itself, and I don't think the interior is compatible with the exterior, and I don't think it's appropriate size, mass, bulk, and scale for the interior spaces. So I cannot support that motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a difficult one, but we'll see you in the future. Okay.
Chair Moore, we have one more project as well, but just a postponement.
Oh,
It's got to be official.
yeah. Okay,
Scared you all. One moment, Chair Moore.
Okay. If everybody could isolate their conversations outside, thank you. Take their conversations outside. Thank you very much. We have one more item to open, which is item number 4, which is 425 Santa Barbara Street. And we can announce that that item has been postponed until August 8th of this year. Thank you very much, everybody. And with that, we can adjourn our meeting.